Yeah, we'll make it happen. Going live in 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Well, hello, welcome back to the historic Hotel Sprinkle, now known as the Hotel Orloff, to the denizens of Rural Retreat, Virginia. We're having a bluegrass festival this weekend here in the lobby of the Hotel Orloff. I just compiled a list of my what I have: world's finest, Brave and the Bold. You can see it turned into a horrible chicken scratching as I got worried about Drew the dog messing with things. So in a little bit, let me invite you guys to the show. If you'd like to be a guest on today's historic Friday episode of Hotel Orloff, you can come on in. I'll put the link. Click on the link. It'll be in the chat, and it'll take you right into the waiting room where you will be allowed in. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, how about that Joe Biden? See that Eva Longoria footage? What a gentleman. Okay. All right. So the link is now in the chat. There's a new episode that's uploading right now that I filmed this morning that you can watch as soon as this live stream is finished with. It really, it's processing. It's at 67%. When it gets to 100%, you'll be able to view episode 768. So I'll have an episode going up at the same time that I'm actually broadcasting one. Yeah, it's a cold, wintry day here, June 16th, 2023. How's the weather where you guys are? Nice, huh? So, identify yourself. 6 of you watching. Who are you? How dare you watch? Come on in, man. All are welcome. All are welcome here in the foyer, the lobby of the Hotel Orloff. Okay. Well, Kevin Johnson from Gotham City Comics will be on in a little bit. And perhaps you. I'm going to take my wife somewhere at 4 o'clock Central Time. And so I'll abandon the live stream for a few moments and I'll come back to it. Seems like I've got a nice stream today. It doesn't seem like it's choppy. Yes, indeed. Well, so nice weather, huh? Nice weather we've been having. How about those? How about that sports team that you like? They're doing pretty good. Did you see the game, man? It was pretty incredible. Did you see what that guy did? Incredible. Never seen anything quite like that. It's pretty good. How about that Burisma? They seem like a pretty honest company for. How about that Joe Biden? He's quite a president, isn't he? Meyer Greenblatt's visiting. Let's see what he's up to from the jungles of San Francisco. Almost said San Antonio. Hello there,
Hey,
Meyer.
what's going on?
No, not too much. I made a crude caveman list of my brave and the bold and world's finest. So today's episode is going to be looks like going to be a clone of yesterday's. So what's been up?
Nothing. Same old.
You
Same
put up
old.
any? Have you put up anything today? I haven't checked.
No.
Nah.
Nope.
What do you think your next episode will be? Have you thought it out yet?
No, I usually don't. I don't at all. Just whatever happens. I filmed something last night, because I was, everything's the same as it. I'm moving stuff around, and I did stuff with the comics, and then I kind of did a rambling video last night, and I told this story about one of these comic books, and it's not a bad backstory, but then after I click upload, then I watch the video. You ever do that? Well, you probably do it, but I make mistakes and say stupid things sometimes about real people, right? I mean, I talk about like real people in my videos sometimes, and I talk about this person, and I was like, wait a minute, that wasn't very nice. I said some not too nice things about this girl from way back then, and so I decided to delete the video. But it's kind of
I see.
Yeah, so I was like, so I just deleted a video that I uploaded last night. That was a comic book story. Not a bad story, but I said bad things about the girl.
I wish you could have just edited that part out.
I'll just do it again. It's not like it was a big deal. It wasn't a great video or anything. It was just me rambling late at night,
Yeah. Are your comics still on the shelves?
Yeah, they are. So what I did was, so the comics are still on the shelves, and then I did this thing. I'll turn it and I'll show you real quick what it looks like. So everything's alphabetical, right? And
right.
all the comics that are displayed are in front of where they came from, right? So like this giant size chillers, all the giant size are behind here. Here's Godzilla, here's Hawkman, here's Howard the Duck. Right?
Have you always done it that way, or is this a new thing you just did?
No, I've always done it. It's always been alphabetized like this, and then I've always done this type of thing where I put comics on display in front of the collection, and then I put action figures in front of the comics. Sometimes it isn't like it right now, but sometimes I'll purposefully put here's a Spider-Man comic with a Spider-Man figure in front of it, right? So I do that kind of stuff,
I thought I've always remembered seeing your shelves with seeing the spines of the comics. This is a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I've done it before. It's just been the spines have been showing for a long time. But yeah.
Okay, I really like that.
Oh, thanks.
Dr. Fibes likes your collection.
Oh, thank you, thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks, Doc.
man, that's cool. What do people do? How do they build these comic walls? They have something that's made for the kitchen that they hang on the wall, like it's not the way it's supposed to be used. Is it like shelving for kitchens that they hang sideways or something? What is exactly? Do you know how they do that?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I know what you're talking about. I don't know if I've
Oh,
seen it.
you know, the people that have the comic walls where it's like a white grid behind the comics,
Oh,
plastic.
yeah, sure. I know what you're talking about. I think Night Tiger has that in his.
Yeah, Night Tiger does it. Silver Age Dave, I think Metarog. It seems like all
So
the
I think
big guys do that.
that's paneling. I think that you can buy at Home Depot, isn't it? And then it has things that lock into it, like shelves that lock into it. I think
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
made for that. It's like a display paneling or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to hang it straight if I was, but I don't have a Home Depot near me. There's a hardware store a couple blocks away, but I don't know if they have that kind of stuff. I don't know. I keep thinking there's some comics I've got that would make for great comic walls, but it would be a comic wall completely different than anybody's because it would be insane.
Right.
Um,
I have a wall in the
but
kitchen,
yeah, I like.
food comics in the kitchen, and it's just, I mean, it's just they're just stuck up with thumbtacks. But I always liked that idea. I always wanted that. When I
Yeah,
discovered all those old Dell comics with food on the covers, which I think is also another indicator that Dell was selling a lot of comic books at grocery stores, right? So you've got all this food associated
yeah,
covers. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to put these up in the kitchen. Thought it would be kind of cool.
yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, let's see. Dr. Five says because I have a very rare vintage movie posters hanging throughout my house, like you guys. I have UV protection film on all my windows. That's a good idea.
This is a
I
great
just
idea.
try to put up like blackout curtains to block out all the sun.
Yeah, I have stuff hanging
Um,
over all mine. I've got blinds, but then I have like flags that hang over most of the blinds. But that's great,
Dr.
especially
Fibes, do you have
when it's sunny. Like if you live in Nevada or
Dr.
Arizona.
Fibes? Do you have yeah? Dr. Fibes, do you have a tour of your place on YouTube? Let's see. Um, I like to see people's collections. I was really entertained by Gary Von Davis yesterday in his place. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, me too. It was pretty amazing the stuff he had, and then the talent he had, and the it was very interesting that he knew what I was talking about, that art job that record stores used to have. And so that was a job that like record stores all over the country had guys like Gary and guys like my friend Dave who were just kind of artists from high school or junior college that ended up working at Tower Records and then ended up becoming like real professional artists. It's kind of
Yeah,
interesting.
there was a place called Zebra Records across from my high school, and they always had a gigantic album cover that was painted by someone, probably a college student of whatever was the big album at that time, and it would
Right.
usually stay up for a couple of months, and then I don't know what happened to all those old paintings if they survived, but yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and his collection is pretty amazing too.
Yeah.
And yeah, Michael Dodd posted a video earlier today or last night of some
Oh,
cool
did he?
custom figures that look really cool. And yeah, his collection reminds me of Michael Dodd because it's so complete. There's so much.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael Dodd, his collection is pretty amazing. Let's see. Dr. Fibes says I have posters from the 30s to early 70s, not into the later posters.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Posters from the 30s, then you're a big time collector. What part of the country are you in, Dr. Fibes? I'm not asking for your street address, just kind of curious where what region.
Northern, southern hemisphere?
Well, so I woke up this morning and my wife had somehow accidentally turned on the motion detector on the stairs. So that was fun. And then I put together a new episode of The Tomb of Terror that takes probably about 4 hours to do that. Then we ate lunch, or actually breakfast at lunchtime, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I went for a walk. Went to the store, got coffee, went to the beach, walked back, listened to, I'm listening. I listened to the Fleckus Talks show. I listened to, I walked around for an hour listening to the radio or listening to YouTube.
To whose talk show?
Fleckus, you ever see that guy, Fleckus?
No, I never heard of him.
Yeah, he's like a guy, a conservative podcaster guy from I think Austin, Texas.
Fleckus? Is he where do you go to see Fleckus?
FLECCAS, and it's Fleckus Talks, and he does a weekly podcast that is like a recap of
Oh, there it is.
that happened. So,
yeah, I'm subscribed to him.
Yeah, he's good. He's funny.
Fleckus Talks. Okay.
So, yeah, I listened to him this morning, went to the beach, came back. That's about it.
Yeah, I know this guy. I just didn't remember his name. You ever heard of Reese Flex?
No. Mm-mm.
She's this real young. She can't be more than about 21, 22. Conservative YouTube person, Instagram. And it's like, it's one of these things where it's like, how does she know so much about what's going on in the world? It's weird when someone that young has that amount of knowledge.
It's nice. But yeah, it's surprising because when you think back, like I could care less. When I was 25, I didn't know anything about politics and I didn't care anything about politics. And I had a political job. I haven't seen it before. So, what's her name? Fleck?
Reese, RISS, and Flex, which I guess is some slang for younger people. I think does it mean bragging? I don't know.
Yeah, it does. It means to brag.
She's very much very conservative. I remember the name of the guy I was trying to talk about yesterday. The guy that walks around and just talks about religion and nature. His name is David Vos. I just drew a blank to his name yesterday. He's the guy that always starts every episode telling you about the weather. Let's see.
Got the little motor going here, and
he's just walking around in nature. Let's see.
Hello, guys. David Vos here. Oh, buddy, another beautiful clear sky day. Not too bad up here. It's not too hot today, but it's beautiful out.
Always gives you a weather forecast.
Little blueberries. Trying to get my lap here.
They'll say it's wonderful weather today, then they'll start talking about the apocalypse. That's where I get that "yeah, buddy" from.
What? How do you spell his last name? B-O.
Oh, here's what exactly is hell. Let's see how he starts.
Well, hello, friends. I'm David Vos. Today is December 26, 2016. It's great to see everybody today. Well, it's a beautiful day, and it's almost the end of the year. We're about ready to start a new year, friends. And I hope you guys had a great year, and I hope y'all have a great new year.
Now let's talk about hell. Just, but he's entertained me for several years.
Is it David Vose?
VOSE.
No, I found him. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what people are saying in the chat, or what the person is saying in the chat.
We have,
Oh, he's in Michigan. Nice liberal Ann Arbor. I'm sorry, near liberal Ann Arbor, but I'm out in the country with 15 acres. Oh, excellent.
Nice.
Never heard of him. Oh, I wasn't looking at the chat. I don't know what I was talking about at that time. Oh, probably the guy you were talking about. I've noticed you have some fantastic movie posters hanging around the Hotel Orloff. I have a few of those. Yeah, I had a friend that passed away that was a major movie poster collector, and he kind of taught me how to look for the old posters, and I bought a few from him. And for a while, he owned about 6 or 7 original Reynold Brown paintings. And when he passed away, I think the one he still had was the original painting for Tarantula.
Wow.
But he had the original painting by Reynold Brown for Revenge of the Creature, and he had some money. He worked in Hollywood doing supervising special effects. But
we used to have.
Yeah, buddy.
Is it 8mm or 16mm? What was the little reels of film that were silent that you had at home in the home? The home movie projector thing.
There was 8mm, and then there was Super 8 that was bigger. Both of those were home.
Okay,
and rich people had 16mm.
So we had both of those ones you said, 8 and Super 8, I think.
Yeah.
So one of the movies that we had was The Creature Walks Among Us. So it was about like 8 minutes of The Creature Walks Among Us, and it was all the best parts, right? Of him catching on fire and him coming through the chain link fence, and he's wearing the clothes and things. So from the time I was that was my favorite Creature appearance, the favorite Creature movie. My first exposure was The Creature Walks Among Us.
Yeah. Yeah, those were so much fun, and the box art was always incredible.
That was a big.
Wish I had more of those.
Part of it was getting that out of the closet, getting those couple of shoebox out of the closet, and then opening up the shoebox and looking at those same movies that we still had the last time we did it, but going through and picking them out. Like that we had Coco the Clown out of the inkwell. We had some cool stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you did too. I'm sure did you guys do the same thing? Did you do home movies too?
Yeah, there were all the home movies that, my older brothers, there was only one of those films shot when I was a little kid. By the time I came along, they had kind of tired of the camera.
It was the same. They weren't doing it.
Yeah, we had a Hopalong Cassidy movie. I'm sorry, what?
I was just saying the same thing. It was the same with me. They stopped.
I think you're frozen.
Movies of my older siblings. By the mid '60s, they had stopped doing it.
Yeah. John Goris says The Creature Walks Among Us really freaked me out as a kid. The very idea that they take away his skills made me angry at humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked pretty weird without the gills. So your son got the Red Sonja action figure that's out now?
Yeah, he got the Red Sonja and the Vampirella, both of those new ones that just came out. And they look nice, but they're just kind of expensive. I told him they're too expensive for me. I'm not into spending that much on action figures anymore. But they look really nice.
Yeah, the thing about
Red Sonja. Go ahead.
The Vampirella, there was a Red Sonja, a Vampirella, and what was the devil? Was it Purgatory Devil Lady?
Yeah, that's
Uh,
it. Three that
but
company made.
you know,
He has all three of them. He sent me a
but they
picture.
had made another.
And up.
The Vampirella
Yep.
had. Can you? I don't know if it's me or you. There's a little bit of freezing going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
That Vampirella had really obnoxious, I thought, joints, and its legs were it's like a big gap. That same company had done another Vampirella where I guess it's like rubber skinned and has a wire skeleton where you don't see the joints. And
Yes.
see if I can't.
Yeah, I've seen them
I
all.
asked Kevin at Gotham City. You've seen them all?
Yeah. So, you know, I've seen them all.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. So
it was only $10 more, and it looked so much better, and the face looked better, and I think it had real hair. It was just so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I was going to show you a picture, but you know what I'm talking about.
The exact same thing where he said, you know, for the price of this company. So this new company that you're talking about, that with the gaps in the legs and the joints, and it's kind of unseemly and doesn't look that great. They're a small company, so they're charging more for these figures. But like the other one you're talking about that has the silicone skin and the wire, the stainless steel skeleton inside, it really is only like $20 more, or 15 or $20 more, and you get a bunch of accessories, and it's probably a better figure in the long run. But it's still expensive.
Yeah, it's just that these are characters where they are just basically wearing swimsuits. But if it's a character that's more clothed, they do have it where you can put it into just about any pose, and that's cool. But I don't think most people are getting these to play with them. They're getting them. They're just going to put them in some on a shelf. Yeah. So I don't know. It's kind of like GI Joe. If GI Joe is just wearing boxer shorts, he's got all kinds of weird. It doesn't look right. But once you put an army uniform on him, it's fine, and he can move all around. It's just like it. You know, that kind of articulation may not work too well when it just looks odd to me. And the face looked a little bit too anime looking to me. But it was just almost there, but just knowing there was another figure that's just for $10 more is superior. Let's see what John's saying here. You know what I think would sell voodoo dolls? Authentic voodoo dolls. All proceeds would go to the Clinton Foundation. Oh boy, yeah, that would be scary. If those things really work, we'd be in trouble. Who knows? Maybe they work. I don't know. So what I was thinking, if you're going to take all those comics down off the shelves to put them into boxes in order to paint, if that's what you're thinking of doing, you should do a video showing each comic as they put it in the box. You know, that I would be interested in that.
It would take a long time.
I mean, yeah, just show your whole collection. Yeah,
it's possible.
Alphabetically. I think that would be great.
It's a good idea. Some of them have stories like yours. I mean, that's what makes it entertaining, is when you come through and.
Yeah, if it doesn't have a story, then it's just like, I was thinking I was going to do a video where I make up stories. It's like, I tell you.
That's a great idea.
I mean, make up stories ridiculous. I bought this on June 26, 1974 at 3:17 p.m. and just start getting ridiculously detailed or something.
Yeah, or just get really dark. Like this was my grandmother. This is the day of my grandmother's funeral. I remember this exactly. I remember this moment. My mother collapsed in the parking lot, and I walked into 7-Eleven.
Well, that would be funny if every comic has some horrible tragic memory
Yeah.
attached to it. That would be hilarious. The only one like that is the Hong Kong Phooey Charlton comic I got when we were in Seguin, Texas, because that my grandfather's funeral. You know, it's just like, okay, when I pick up this Hong Kong Phooey comic, it reminds me of my grandfather's funeral in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
little Texas town. Uh,
I think
named
that's
after one of the guys at the Alamo, Juan Seguin. I think he was at the Alamo,
it's good.
or
This
he was
is
part of the
pretty good
Texas
story.
Revolution.
This is the one I did last night. So
Oh,
this
okay.
this Avengers comic, because of the circumstances of the night that I bought this comic book, so it's
Yeah.
just one of those stories. So I remember exactly, because of what happened this night, I remember buying this comic. So I bought this comic, and then Peter Parker number 20. I think it's the one with like Light Master or something on the cover. It's not a good cover. It's like mostly black, and then Superman is being blasted with light or something, right? So
Yeah.
this comic book, I bought this at Thrifty Drugs in Pacific Grove, California, and it was this night that this girl Julie. She was a friend of my older brother, and she's the same girl that gave me that giant collection of Edgar Rice Burroughs Tarzan books, right? And she was always
Uh-huh.
around. She was like a friend of my brother's, but I think she had a thing for me, even though she's like 3 years older than me. She still liked me. So she'd come to our house, and she's my brother's friend, but she'd end up hanging out with me. So this particular night, she's 16, and it's the summer between, this is the summer between 7th and 8th grade. This is 1978. Might be around August or something. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going into 8th grade, and she's like just got her license and got her first car. So she's over at our house, and she wants to. We're going to go get ice cream at Thrifty's, and it's nighttime. It's like 9 o'clock at night or something. So we go to Thrifty's to get ice cream, and it's the Thrifty Drugs. I don't know if you guys have Thrifty Drugs back east, but it used to be this drugstore chain, and the ice cream used to come in these cylindrical scoops that were specific to the chain. So when you would go there, the ice cream cone was like a cylinder. It was really cool, but it was great ice cream, and it was super cheap. So I go, and me and Julie go, we get ice creams. I pick out these comic books. I get 2 comics. We go get in her new Toyota Corolla that she's all happy to be driving. We pull out of the parking lot. We go to the light to turn around and head back home. And there's 2 hitchhikers, right? She goes, let's pick up these hitchhikers. And I go, okay. Never, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm a kid. I've only really driven around my whole life with my mom, and my mom would never pick up a hitchhiker, right? But
Right.
Julie's a brand new driver, and she's trying to impress me. Clearly, she's never picked up a hitchhiker before, but we pull over, and she picks up this couple, this young hippie couple, the total stereotypical late 70s guy and girl, like in their 20s, that look exactly the same as the same young hippie couples that are here now. But this is 1978. So they get in the car. She asks them where they're going, and they say they're going to the village. Can she give them a ride to the village? So Julie doesn't know what the village is or where the village is. So the village means downtown Carmel, the people that live in this part of California. And so it's about 7 or 8 miles away, and it's a windy mountain road, but she doesn't know because she's from San Jose. And so she's like, okay. And I go, wait a minute, we can't go all the way to the village. And she goes, what? We can't? And I go, no, well, we can take you guys to the top of Forest Hill, and we'll drop you off, and that'll be cool. And so they're, oh, that's cool. Thank you. So, we drive a couple miles to the spot, and we drop them off and head home. And she goes, well, you probably shouldn't tell your mom that we picked up those hitchhikers. And I'm like, you think? Fucking A, she would be really pissed if I told her that whole story of how you were just going to drive them to the village and you didn't even know where we were going and shit. But that's the entire backstory of this. That's it. There's nothing more to it than that. It was just we picked up hitchhikers, we drove them a mile, and then we turned around and came back home. That was the whole story. So it really
Yeah.
wasn't a great story, but it is what happened. And it is why I remember this comic book.
Yeah, there are memories attached to comics. Yeah, to certain comics.
Have you ever that was the only time in my life I've ever been in a car with a hitchhiker or picked up a hitchhiker. Have you ever done that before? Have you ever been with?
Oh no, I've never done that. Let me show. Let's see. Dr. Fibes says, "Hi Syria. Clint Eastwood lived in Carmel.
He was the mayor for a
Yeah,
while.
Clint Eastwood's getting ready. I just saw for his very last film.
That same
This
okay.
thing's
That
been listening to me.
the
It's been
thrifty that
it's,
I told you about, where I got the Avengers at, is at this place called Country Club Gate, and the guy who I used to see there all the time was Jim Garner. So the actor that played James Rockford, he used to live like just a couple blocks from this Thrifties, and you'd see him all the time because he was old school. And so a lot of the people of his movie stars that lived there, they don't really leave their houses much. But I think that
yeah.
James Garner was an old school guy. So if he needed like a roll of Scotch tape, he would just drive to Thrifties himself and go get the roll of Scotch tape. So you would like see Jim Garner around, but you were never supposed to talk to him. You never approach him. You never ask for autographs or anything. You just leave him be. You smile, maybe wave.
Yeah. Well, I know he was politically. He kind of didn't. It's kind of opposite politically. Let me show people. I mean, we both know, but let me show the deal with this Vampirella we were talking about. See this? Her face doesn't look quite right, and then it's ridiculous, the breast, and then the joints are, it just, there's too much of a gap. It just, this is what it, and they're asking like $75 for it.
Yes,
But you can put it in these different poses, but it's just ridiculous. The proportions are kind of ridiculous. But the same company, which I guess is called Big Bad Toy Store, did another one that was $74.99. Then they have one that's $89.99, and these are both 1/12 size. That looks like this. Blow that up. It's just so superior, to the other one, and you're only paying a little bit more. The proportions are not as ridiculous looking.
yeah.
It has real hair instead of hair sculpted to look like it's blowing in the wind. So it's it's still not perfect, but it's anyway. But then $90, that's you could buy a lot of food with $90. So
Yes.
but it's if you're wanting to get a Vampirella figure, I would, just for a few dollars more, you could get one that actually. It's not that the other one is terrible. It just the boobs just ridiculous the way they were. They look like implants.
Yeah, I think it could be improved on. And I used to spend a bunch of money on action figures a few years ago, and I've kind of pulled back. It's just now I call it nickel and diming. I buy stuff for 10, 15, 20 bucks instead of buying stuff for $100 or $200, So
yeah,
save money. We've got got grandkids and
right.
Oh, this is a trip. So I found something else out yesterday that I'm kind of slow because I don't watch any local news. I don't keep up with I don't watch any television or cable TV or anything like that. So I don't know what really is going on. So yesterday I'm at the deli and I'm talking with my friend Phil, who owns the deli. And I've known him for a long time, for many, many years. And both my kids used to work for him at that deli, and many, many teenage boys throughout the years in the whole neighborhood, like they cycle through working at his deli. It's like a typical thing. So he just got remarried. I'm talking to him yesterday. He just got remarried to this beautiful Filipino woman who's like 20 years younger than him. And he's like our age. He's like late 50s. He graduated high school the same year. He's 83. He's class of 83. So he married this 40-year-old Filipino woman, and he bought a big freaking house in the Philippines, and he's liquidating. But he says it's going to take a while. It'll be going to be a few years, right? He's saying I'm going to keep coming back and forth for 5 or 10 years. But then he says everything will change, you know, when they build the skyscraper. And I go, skyscraper? What skyscraper are you talking about? And he goes, right here. And I go, what do you mean right here? So 4 blocks from my house, they're proposing a 50-story skyscraper directly in my neighborhood. And it's really going to happen. They're trying to knock it down to make it 17 stories, but now they're saying it's going to be 50 stories. So remember what we're talking about, the weather? I feel like if they build a 50-story skyscraper in the neighborhood, they're going to change the weather somehow. Something's going to happen. I'm not sure what the next step is, but I don't know how they're going to fit, you know, 1,000 people or how many, I don't know how many, a couple thousand people into my neighborhood. So the whole neighborhood's going to change. People are kind of pissed off about
it. Okay, well, it would be more crowded.
Yeah, it'll change everything. So it'll be, well, none of it makes any sense. So people are pissed off about it because there's these skyscrapers downtown that are empty, right? That they don't even have people that can live in them. And you've got people sleeping out in the streets. And now they're talking about building one in this neighborhood. So who's going to live in these skyscrapers and where are the jobs for these people? And so then people are worried that the idea is that they're going to be making this skyscraper, a large portion of it is going to be studios and affordable housing. So they're going to be moving people that normally wouldn't be living in this neighborhood to this neighborhood. And so they're going to change, it's gentrification, I guess is what they call it. They're going to be changing the organic makeup of the neighborhood. So this,
you mean they're going to be putting people in there that couldn't afford it, or they're going to be putting rich people in, or
both? I think.
Oh, both.
Yeah, I think both. Rich people and people that normally wouldn't be able to afford it. It'll increase the traffic incredibly. So, like, I'm sure the transit is going to increase. The beach is going to, I've noodled it through, just the idea of how the beach will be different if there's 1,000 more people in the neighborhood. So it'll be, the beach traffic will be different. What I was saying about the weather is that suddenly, I feel like suddenly this, if they build this giant building, this beach will become more appealing to people, and it will become more crowded with people. They'll somehow figure out a way to market it. And I don't know, it's bound to change, and it might improve the weather. I'm just guessing. If they're putting a bunch of rich people in a skyscraper by the beach.
The weather? What do you mean?
There's a possibility that the weather is controlled by outside forces.
Oh, I see what you mean. But I would think that maybe wouldn't, I don't know. Someone's going to be in the shadow of that thing. It's going to definitely affect,
I thought of this morning when I went walking, I was looking at the spot where the shadow was going to fall. I was looking at the spot where the shadow was going to fall. You should look it up. It will blow your mind. So if you just Google 2700 Sloat Boulevard, and then you scroll down, you'll see my neighborhood, which is like 2- and 3-story buildings. And then they've got there's multiple pictures of what the proposed building is going to look like. And it's like this 50-story skyscraper that goes straight up in a neighborhood of, little houses all around it. So I don't know what they're going to do. What's up, Kevin? Anyway, that's it.
Hey,
they're building a skyscraper.
Can you hear us, Kevin? Oh, he's got to put his earbuds in.
I sent him a message last night about those posters because I want to make a few posters.
That you're getting a Conan and Fantastic Four.
I want to get that Conan and that Thor, that close up of Thor kissing Lady Sif.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. It must have been, maybe it was Gary that wanted the Fantastic Four.
I think it was Jambo. I think Jambo wanted the Fantastic Four and another Conan if he has another Conan.
Yeah. So,
are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
I couldn't hear any. I used to be able to
No.
hear on this phone. Now I can't anymore.
Well, you're very audible.
Used to be nice though, not having to wear these headphones.
Yeah.
I don't know what they did different on there. Or is it a setting on mine?
Welcome back to this story. My last episode finally went up. Oh yeah, that's the one that I have. That one's gorgeous too.
I like that one too.
What is that? What is that from? Is that from Thor? That last one?
This one?
Oh, Silver Surfer and Quasimodo. I'm changing.
Annual 5.
Are these all $10 a piece, Kevin?
$10, yep.
Can I get that one, that crazy one, the changeling that you just showed?
Okay.
And then also, do you still have the one of Thor kissing Lady Sif?
Like Thor and Sif.
Yeah. I always called her Sif, but I was probably wrong.
I think it is Sif, actually. I don't know. I've always called her Sif. For some reason lately, I've thought maybe it's supposed to be Sif. I don't know.
That one. I'll take that one too, Kevin, if you can set it aside.
And the Conan?
Yeah, and the Conan. Those 3.
Okay. Yeah, the good thing is we can roll these, ship them pretty cheap.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that because if I get books, we'll do that later, and I'll get a bigger stack. Let me just get these. I'll buy these 3 posters from you. And
because I can't ship books with these unless you want me to roll up the book too.
No, I can't. So yeah, we'll handle it later, and I'll pay you, and you can drop them in the mail in the next couple days, whenever.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Is there any more in this one? Let me check this one. Or is this empty? Forgot about this one. No, it's empty. I just saved the box.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like the lettering better than the posters.
Right. I was just about to say it is really good lettering.
Did you find your comic books that we were looking for?
Yeah, I've got I wrote lists. I have an episode where I go through the whole collection, and I wrote all the numbers down on paper. That episode is now gone up. Just a few minutes ago, it went up. I'm trying to put a thumbnail picture on it now, but at least I know what I've got.
Is it Brave and the Bold, or what are we looking for?
I made a list of both, 2 separate lists.
For World's Finest and Brave and the Bold?
Yeah, both. John Goris says, Kev, I shouldn't, but you still have that creature from the Black Lagoon aquarium decoration. A quote on that?
Yes. There's one down here. Look.
Oh.
$24.99.
Oh, really?
Most things I have in the store and at home,
Oh, I thought that. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought that was your personal collection you were showing. Do you just have one?
I only see one, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then let him have that. I had no idea. So is that an exact replica or almost?
It's an action figure. It's not the aquarium toy.
Oh, I think he's talking about the aquarium decoration.
Well, it's in the box like it is one.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I never had an actual aquarium toy of him.
Yeah, he's saying thanks, but the old one from '83, it's actually the old one was before '83.
Yeah, I don't have that. Somebody else
Well,
showed that. It wasn't me. It was, I think, Captain Strangelife showed that.
Oh yeah, he might have. Yeah. Well,
I think
that
he.
yeah, but that you can get a fake one from China or Taiwan. There's some company that makes fake replicas of that aquarium decoration that probably immediately break when you have it in the aquarium, but there are fake ones out there.
Yeah, it might kill your fish too.
Yeah, who knows what kind of
You have to use a special paint on these aquarium
new
toys if you're going to use
virus
them in
you'll
the tank.
introduce into the country.
I watched a really good serial killer movie last night that I had never seen before. Yeah.
Yesterday it was Holocaust, jungle Holocaust. Today it's serial killers.
Yeah, and it was the
What's the
same
movie called?
thing. My son told me about it. He said it was really good. It was called The House That Jack Built with Matt Dillon. It was very good. Excellent movie.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Yeah, it's new. It's like only a couple years old, and Matt Dillon did an outstanding job. Very good.
Yeah, I haven't seen Matt Dillon in a while. This is a great issue. I have 2 copies of that one, so
Okay.
I recommend that to people. I have 165. That's 168. I do not have 168.
Okay, 171.
171 I do not have.
Okay.
This
188.
is 188. I have, I think, 2 copies of it. That's a great
217.
issue. 217 I do not have.
220.
I have that.
231.
I have that.
232.
I don't have that.
240.
I don't have that.
241.
I have that.
242.
I have that.
244.
I don't have that.
246.
I have that.
247.
I have that.
249.
I don't have that.
248.
I don't have that.
265.
I don't have that. But after this dollar era, I don't know how much later into the run I'd be interested.
That's all I have right there.
Oh, okay. So, and then there's World's Finest that I put in the whole pile yesterday, right?
No, that's all of them.
Oh, that's all of them.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I thought I put some in the pile yesterday.
Well, I wanted to make sure you wanted them before.
Oh, you okay? Because they weren't certain. Okay. All right. Cool.
Plus, I couldn't hear anything going on yesterday.
All right. I'm gonna probably within the next 5 minutes. I'm gonna leave for 5 minutes and come back like yesterday. But okay,
yesterday there was really bad audio.
was there? Yeah, I think my internet was real bad yesterday because I was watching.
Somebody was asking me about something, and every time they went to say it, it cut out.
Well, I know Jambo was wanting to look at his stack, and but yeah, there's some World's Finest down there from yesterday, or did you just put them there?
No, I just put those there.
Oh, okay, all right.
The only thing I put there was yesterday was Super Friends.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's look at the Brave and the Bold. I'm gonna put my shoes on real quick. When she comes down.
So for me, wherever they sell blood root beer, and enter the Ghost Psycho with a Survivor contest. You can be my guest at Universal Studios in Hollywood for a month to bash the basement house. Shower anyone?
All right.
You ready for Brave and the Bold?
Yeah, yeah. Some of them you had doubles of, and you were okay. So what number is? I know I don't have that, but what number is that?
64.
Yeah, I don't have that.
This one has a signature with it.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's number 15.
Well, it.
I wonder
Yeah,
if that was
64 is the new 15.
I wonder if that was the 15th book in Tex's collection, and he put Tex like number 14, 13, everyone before it, you know?
It's book number 15 in his comic collection, possibly.
Yeah. So
Maybe we should make sure you didn't write in the inside.
that's the text. It's what is it? What do they call it? Pedigree?
Yeah, there's no way of knowing.
Let's make sure you didn't write in the inside.
Is that missing a page, or is that the splash page? Yeah, that's the splash page. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
Looks good. Looks like he took pretty good care of his comics, other than writing in them with the magic marker on the cover.
Yeah, that looks completely acceptable. Oh, that's neat. Oh, that's lovely.
Ladies and gentlemen, so much as you are not now insured, and in the light of what has happened to Mr. Frazier, you will understand.
It's getting to the point where I just think that's great that someone wrote on it, because it's
Oh, look at it. First appearance of the Go-Go Checks.
Yeah, it's a preview of it.
First appearance, get this slabbed. Oh, they have it on here already.
Stars too.
Why are they advertising? It's already on there.
I guess that's probably the first issue that had it, possibly. I don't know. Yeah, so
All
that's
right.
a definite one for the pile.
That one you want? Okay.
Yeah, I also like writing on the cover sometimes.
74 I have.
This is John and Pete's anyways.
And
You have to return it to them. Well, I would recommend that to whoever, you, Meyer, or anyone that wants it, but I have that issue.
If your name's John or Pete, it's already for you.
Yeah, my friend Tom, one time we were at a convention, and I found a Dean Martin autograph photo that was autographed to Tom, and I said, Tom, you need to see this. And of course, he bought it, and he could always claim it was really autographed to him. What number is that? 81? I have 81.
83.
I need 83. Okay.
84.
I don't have 84. That one's a little trashed, but it's okay. But I can read it. Number on that? Uh-oh, phone call. What's that? 96? I don't have 96. I would need that one. Well, I don't see the number. It might be under the price. Oh, 97? I don't have 97. This is working out pretty good. I'm glad I did this. 98? I need 98. Yeah, that's not good, but I'll still take it.
This guy drew on it.
Oh, shit. I mean, shoot. Gosh darn it. Well, 99. I don't have that. If the price is right, accommodating to the right. Well, if you could give me a little break on the price because of the writing. I mean,
there's two prices. You want the price on top or the one underneath?
Oh,
I'll let you gamble.
let's make a deal. Or would you rather have what Carol Merrill has in the box?
Oh yeah. I wonder what's going on with my wife. She should already be down here, man.
That's his name, right? Carol Merrill. He would say, or would you rather have what Carol Merrill has in the box?
Man, you've got a better memory than me, remembering all that. Well,
You want to pay this or what's behind there?
is that a price from the previous owner of the store or from you?
No, it's for me.
Oh,
I think
okay.
I might have marked it down though, if anything.
Well, then I'll take the current price. I mean, I trust you to be. You're very.
I'm still interested to see.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
See if I
If you
can
want
get
to
this
take the
off.
book out and then get the price, then you might be easier to remove it with the book out of the bag. Well, Uncle Fester's here. That's Basil.
I found. Remember your Fester light bulb?
Yeah.
I found a guy that's making reproduction boxes of that.
Oh, cool. Mine's a
Oh.
little bit not in the best shape. But then you could just put any light bulb in it and it'll look cool on a shelf.
Have you ever opened yours?
Honestly, no, I've never tried it out to see if it works. I don't know why. It just was, I didn't really buy it. I just bought it because I wanted it to be on the shelf. That is weird, isn't it, that I never tried it out?
Is all that's in there is a light bulb?
I thought so. Maybe I'd open it up and see. Maybe there's an instruction manual in it. It must be.
It's the same price. It was the same price underneath.
Well, you must have wanted to just make the same price underneath.
Same price.
You can't make it out, can you?
You can see it.
Not really, but I trust you. Yeah, it's probably.
You could barely see the floor.
This is the new guy from City.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
How you doing, man?
Good.
Be sorry for old spot, but it's cool.
So this one you need, right?
Yeah. I just want to read them. You know, it's not. I know it's not meant. 101. I have 101.
Oh yeah, I remember you. How you doing? Yeah.
I moved back to Mesa last year. Quick question. Whenever the hell Free Comic Book Day was,
May 6th.
yeah, there was a Free Comic Book Day issue 1 of a new series that's supposed to be coming out next year called Power Rangers Ranger Academy.
I think it's coming out in like 3 weeks.
Oh, it's coming out in 3 weeks.
I know there's a new number 1.
They said February 2024. They must be talking about the whole book. Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Oh, wow.
No, maybe you're right. I just know that there's a new number 1. I don't know what the title is. I just know it's a Power Rangers.
Interesting. Are there any more of those Free Comic Book Day issues?
No. I give them all away. I put a bunch of Power Ranger stuff up here.
Oh, okay. So you sectioned it out. And you put Radiant Black up there. So
Uh-huh.
it's pretty much is gonna be my back wall over here. Road
Uh-huh. Yep. Inferno Girl's over there.
Oh yeah.
Radiant Black, Radiant Red.
Inferno Girl Red. Yeah. I got so much catching up to do. I lost a lot of comics from my
There's another one called Deep Cuts, I think.
Oh shit! Yo, I have an autograph poster. It's a cover from Ryan Perry at the crib right now.
Yeah. I got to head out for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Can you guys go on?
Okay.
You guys, here,
You like that rider that does all that Radiant stuff?
I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Can you
Pause right. We'll pause on this one till you get back.
Yeah. All right.
Was it all right?
Have your name. Talk up a little bit. How old are you?
Well,
What do you think of comic books, Ronald?
they're like, but they scare me.
They scare you? Well, why do they scare you? Tell me about how they scare you.
Well, when I sometimes read them, I go to night when I sleep, I dream. And so once I dreamt that this Martian from Mars left me, and I woke up in bed.
Mm-hmm. And this was after you'd read one of these horror comics. And does your mother know that these comic books upset you when you read them?
No.
Doesn't realize that, huh? Tell me about some of the stories you read in comic books, will you, Ronald?
So I read this Frankenstein. He was at this old man's house, and he was a friend of this man. So one day, the students came and they killed him. The Frankenstein killed the old man. And then later, they took
Where's all the books?
I got Power Rangers over here.
so, one night, just a young couple, they were.
Any of the full
Graphic novels.
So, yeah,
I have
full novels over, you got
over here.
Oh, okay, you got some.
There was some behind here.
Oh, good. I didn't know.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, look at that. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Got a couple, 3 of them back there.
Oh, okay, so you read, okay. You really thought about it.
Uh huh.
You want to give me your name, son? How old are you? Tell me how comic books make you feel, Dave. Can you tell me a story that you read in a comic book?
Is that my phone making that noise? Is everybody paused?
I don't hear any noise. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I keep hearing this weird noise.
No, I don't hear anything.
Maybe it'll stop now that his screen's off.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's coming from his screen.
Maybe.
I'm gonna roll these up with your other one.
Oh, thanks, dude.
So you're not moving now? Is that what was happening?
Yeah, I'm not moving. No, I'm staying here.
Okay, so I got your address still then.
Yeah, you do. Same address. Yeah, I'm just kind of renovating a little bit, and not renovating, redecorating. I'm gonna redecorate.
Might as well since you got everything boxed up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm about halfway. The whole place isn't boxed up. I'm about halfway done. So, I had like about 3 or 4 days of me thinking it was definitely moving. So, but I had until August 1st, so it wasn't like I was, trying to. It was a quick turnaround. Before I knew it, they told me I didn't have to move. So now I'm here. And it's a big relief because my building is an old building that I've been here for 15 years, and I was going to be moving to a new building that is one of those big smart buildings with
Yeah.
thousands. And they had problems with security. There was reviews on the building saying packages were getting stolen, and I'm a comic book and a toy collector. I get packages almost every day.
Yeah. I'd rather stay where you were then. Even if it is nicer, it's better to stay where everything's more secure.
Exactly, and that was kind of what the toss-up was, is that this would have been a new apartment with all the new stuff in it, right? As opposed to I'm in a building that was like built in the 60s, and I don't have anything. It's all still old. But so I would be getting a new refrigerator and a new gas stove and hardwood floors and everything like that. But the toss-up, it wasn't even because of that. I wasn't up for it because everybody here I know, and everybody knows me.
Yeah.
Reading the chat. John Gordon says rare Mariah Carey posters. Fester. Hey, what's up, man? That's Basil. Hey, what's up, buddy? Todd E. Walnuts. What's going on, Todd? Having a great Friday afternoon and evening. I hadn't heard about the Spider Baby soundtrack album.
I thought it was Saturday today,
It's Friday.
all day.
Rob Zombie releasing Spider Baby soundtrack album. I hadn't heard about that. I like Spider Baby. That's a great film. Really good movie.
Another authentic report by Paul Cook. Brought to you in by the state.
I'm trying to remember the soundtrack to Spider Baby. I feel like it was whimsical. I feel like I remember like the whimsical.
Oh, I got 25% off everything on the website this weekend.
Oh, look at that.
If you want to go to this website, put in code DAD25, 25% off everything all weekend long. There's not much on the website, but whatever's on there, you guys can have 25% off.
Oh, that's great. I will check it out. Batcavecomic.com. Code DAD25.
Yeah, DAD25. I have the Mezco Ultraman too.
The Mezco.
Yeah, the 1/12 scale, like the 6-inch. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, this one right here.
Oh shit. Oh gee.
If you want, I'll take it out there. It's got a, you can see more of it on the back, what's in there.
Wow.
Light up eyes, and it has buildings that you can destroy.
Wow.
Breakaway buildings.
Oh, that's insane. And only 100 for that?
Yep.
Oh, that's love right
Yeah.
there. Not bad. Oh, the scorpion mask.
You have some of the Mezcos, don't you?
I don't have any of the Mezcos. My son.
You
collects
don't?
them. No, I've got the larger scale stuff. I don't have very much 1/12, and I didn't get into the 1/12 collective. My son collects them. I have Hot Toys and Sideshow 6 scale stuff. More of that.
Look at this bootleg Rambo.
Wow, I've never seen that. That's great.
But look at this stuff. It got melted on his arm. It looks like crap.
Whoa. Yeah, it looks like he's been digging in like a porta potty.
Yeah.
Or keys. He dropped his keys in the porta potty.
It's like it's melted on him. It doesn't come off. You know how some different figures, you can't have them touching each other. Otherwise, like a chemical reaction will happen and it'll melt.
Yeah, I know it very well. It's happened to a few of
And
them.
it's not from heat either. It's from a chemical reaction.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I opened a toy that was, one of those Mark's Best of the West figures that I collect, like Johnny West. So I bought a couple of years ago. I bought a couple of them that were mint in box and still sealed in plastic. Right? So I decided to open one. So I opened it up, and I each of the all of the plastic accessories were sealed inside of the plastic bag. So when I opened the plastic bags, the oxygen reacted to the plastic, and the bags sweated. I know this sounds weird, but like water appeared on the inside of the bags, and the pieces of plastic themselves became oily and soft just by being exposed to like the air of 2022. They had been made in like 1974, and a chemical reaction happened in my hands in front of me, and it tripped me
Yeah.
out.
Oh, the weird thing that happens here in the summer is they'll bring a shipment of toys from the hot UPS truck, bring them inside the cool AC store, and it automatically, it's like the thing's breathing, and it condensates the window and everything of the package.
Yeah,
Oh,
So we had that happen with the Annabelle doll, and it freaked this guy out that was in here. He thought the thing was alive and breathing.
that's great. Yeah, there's condensation inside the plastic.
He was like really gonna leave. He didn't want to be in here. He's like he was gonna leave, and I was like, no, trust me. It's just it went from a hot car or truck to in here. It's just causing that. It's normal.
well, that's interesting. That 1971 toy, you saw it react immediately in your hand.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes you wonder what they're spraying on us from these airplanes, man.
Why would it do that? And it's crazy. The plastic still has a weird consistency to it to this day. So it doesn't really work.
Finding some stuff.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Hope Leslie Gore didn't get me a copyright.
Did you need this one? 101.
No, I don't need 101.
I'll take that one. I'll take that.
Okay.
I'll take one. What the heck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good issue.
yeah. It's a great price.
107.
I don't have 107.
108.
I have 108.
I'll take
109. You want 108?
Yeah, I'll take 108. That looks good. I like it. Batman's
109. I have 2 copies.
109. I have that.
Okay. 110.
I need 110.
Okay. 112.
I have 112.
Okay. 115.
I need 115. Is that a 100-page one?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. What number is that?
122.
I have 122.
125. I have 2 copies.
I need 125.
Better condition or better colors?
Oh, we talked about that yesterday. Jeez.
I'd go with the better condition.
Yeah. Okay.
130.
I need 130.
133.
I have that.
134.
I need that.
135.
I have that.
139.
I have that.
140.
I have that.
141.
I need that.
145.
I think I didn't start. I cut off at 144. I don't know. Let me look at that one. I didn't keep writing it. Let me put that in my pile.
149. You don't want this one.
No, but what's on the cover? Teen Titans? Nah.
156.
I don't think I have that. Yeah, I guess put it in my pile.
157.
I know. I'm pretty sure I have that.
160.
Yeah, I'd like that.
167.
Yes, I'd like that. I know I don't have that.
And the last one I have is 181.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'll take that. So, I realize I've got 10 episodes now that you don't have. And
Okay.
I wonder if, I don't know what all this that you've is. Well, we had a total and then we added all this. I wonder if I could send you the 10 and then give you a lifetime subscription, or would you rather just do it in because I could die and then you wouldn't get any more.
Yeah, I could just send you a little bit at a time.
All right. Yeah. If
I could die too, so.
well,
Nibiru is coming.
what is that?
I think it's that planet that's supposed to crash into Earth that every year they say is getting closer.
Oh,
Nibiru.
yeah, of course, yeah. Because there was some other stuff we added that weren't World's Finest and Brave and the Bold yesterday. Like, I don't remember what that even was.
Let me see. I think it was.
John Gordon.
At one point,
It was
we had
Super
all,
Friends. There was Super Friends, and there was these.
Yeah, those.
Yeah, there's a big stack here.
Do you remember where the stack was before we added stuff when it was like all?
No.
Well,
I have to get a short box for you now.
Would Bette Midler call this divine madness, right? This is perfection, just being surrounded by walls of comics, stacks and walls.
Yeah, I was never really sure what that meant. I remember she had a movie with that title, but I don't know anything about. I don't even know if I've ever heard her music, or she was famous, but did she ever have any hit songs? I mean, she was never on the radio. I don't know where she came from or what she was.
It's like Manhattan Traffic.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Gratu, do you still have one of those, the little thing coin bank? Remember from the 60s or 70s where you put the penny in the hand would grab it and pull it away?
Well, I don't have one that's branded the thing from the Addams Family. I've got one kind of like it that's it's got some other name on it.
So what happened with? So what was that? Was really that little idea for a toy? Maybe was made by multiple different companies and knockoffs and stuff. But
you're all set.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's got a patent on it because there were different people that did it. Yeah,
I think so too. But I mean, everybody had that. I had it. All my friends, all my cousins, everybody had the little black box with the hand that came out and took the penny away.
The other thing was were those birds that kept drinking from a cup.
I never had that in every souvenir shop in the front window of every souvenir shop.
Yeah. I think you can still probably get them from eBay or something.
Those barrel of monkeys that Gary made yesterday were very cool. He's pretty ingenious, man. Some of the stuff that he did in that apartment space, really impressive and fun. I don't know who's frozen, if it's me or Gratu. I'm going to look right now. Yeah, it looks like I'm the only. Am I alive, you guys? It looks like I'm live and Gratu dropped off and Kevin is black. I think you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me and see me? It sure looks like it. Well, how are you? We're just going to keep it open here and we'll look at the chat. He's back. There he is. Can you hear me?
It's my internet screwed.
All right. Well, we're all still connected. I checked. I didn't know whether I was frozen or you were frozen or what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. Let's see what's going on in the chat here. Rare Mariah Carey posters. Hey Meyer, what's up, buddy? What's up, guys? Hope everyone is having a nice Friday evening. Did you hear Rob Zombie is releasing the Spider Baby soundtrack album through Waxwork Records? Is that his private label? I think he did one for White Zombie, the actual movie, not his band. I think it was Sid Haig's first movie.
I think it was.
He looks stoned AF. Nope, I was wrong. Apparently Sid did a few movies before Spider Baby. Rambo was known to get down in the mud. And no one's dying. I've never seen the smoking dog figure. I don't know about the smoking dog. Meyer alive. Toddy Walnuts, I can still hear you and see you.
You were talking about soundtracks, Munster's soundtrack the other day, right? You were talking about. So a couple days ago, I watched an episode of an old Beverly Hillbillies, like from the first season, like with the black and white, and the music in the Beverly Hillbillies. And I'm not talking about the theme song. I'm talking about the interludes, the musical interludes. Is outstanding in the Beverly Hillbillies, right? It's this guitar, this wide body kind of, right? You remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I never noticed it before. I paid attention to the music. I was like, wow, this is really cool. And it's funny how that becomes a soundtrack of your life or your mind. That the sound of Granny coming from the kitchen or going to the cement pond or what, the sound of the whole thing. When Jethro's doing something stupid.
A few years ago, there was a multi-disc set of the background music from the real Star Trek 66 to 69 that was really amazing. That was a limited release. I think I recorded it off the internet. And then there was, I wish I had that. And then there was, there's never really been a proper background music from the Batman series. And especially the third season when it was who took over in the third season? It was the different band leader, and the music with the season with Batgirl was really good. Especially the fight scene music was really good. It was I think was it Billy May that took over in the third season? Could have been because he had a real jazzy style.
Remastered, and I bet it's all.
I assume that music is in a vault somewhere, but I should have the Munster soundtrack tomorrow. They only made 2,000 copies, so you may want to try to get it. I could show you how to get it here. Billy May, I think it was. Yeah, the fight music in the third season when Batgirl was in it was really good. Yeah, it was Billy May third season, as opposed to Nelson Riddle. Let's see. I think it's called La La Land Records. Let's see if I can't find it.
Did you see that movie La La Land?
Is that the one about George Reeves?
No, no.
That was Hollywoodland.
Yeah, La La Land was a musical that came out maybe 10 years ago now with young new stars. I can't even remember. It's a romantic musical, but I never saw the movie. I think it won like some awards, but the music is good though. I have heard the soundtrack and it is good.
Fireball says there's a scene where some fast woman's trying to seduce Jed in a convertible. The music there has always stuck with me. Oh yeah, he's showing Thor comics now. That's another. Let's see what he's got there.
What else did you guys think of? Anything?
Oh, I can't think of anything else. I'm just. I guess I just. Let's see. Happy Father's Day. We're having 25% off everything sale on the website all weekend long. Oh, cool.
Excellent.
I was trying to post on Instagram. It wouldn't let me post anything.
Really?
Yeah, did you have that problem today?
I haven't tried doing anything on Instagram today.
Yeah, I kept trying to post and it wouldn't let me.
I know seems like there's a limit to how many posts. I know there's a limit to how many posts you can put on Instagram per day, but then there's an even lower limit to how many posts you can put on where you put music in the background, because it'll stop letting you after a while. What is he wearing? Like a costume? What is, or you can see his guts? Is that what it is?
Oh yeah, that is the guts.
Weird.
I thought he was wearing a pink tutu or something.
Yeah, I thought at first it was like that is.
Yeah, that's weird. I like the regular one better.
It's the Pride edition. Tuck
I showed
friendly.
you that. I showed you the guts model kit, right?
I think so. I'm not sure.
I'm
It had
not
the
sure.
guts. It had the guts inside. It was a model kit with the guts. I didn't show you that.
I don't remember. I don't think so.
I don't know. My memory is not as good as it used to be.
That's great, man. That's funny as heck. What was his name again? Napoleon's older brother.
I don't remember, but I
Yeah.
remember really liking that movie.
Brother, and LaFonda was his wife. I think they got married at the end.
But the what happened to that film director? He made that really great movie with Napoleon Dynamite. Then he made the Mexican wrestler movie that wasn't as good. And then did he ever make anything after that?
I don't know. I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about. It seemed good at the beginning. There were some good young filmmakers in the early 2000s that kind of were almost like what was his like the Anderson guy from Texas, the Bottle Rock.
That director, maybe he just retired. The interesting thing about Napoleon Dynamite, if you think back on that movie, it's really a very clean movie. It's funny, but there's no cursing in it. If you really think back on it, it's just genuinely funny.
My kids loved it. Like it probably played in my house 1,000 times, that movie. Like they used to watch it over and over again. Yeah, my
The
kids.
director is a Mormon, so he's not gonna, put any cursing in the movie and everything. So that's yeah. I wish. Yeah, let me look online and see if I can figure out what this guy's name is. Yeah, so
Jared Hess. That's the
is
first
that
name
his name?
that's what came to my mind. I could be wrong, but that's what
Let me look.
popped into my mind is Jared Hess. Oh, Toy Room Repro and Custom Packaging. Oh wow, they make repro packaging.
Oh, is that what it is?
This is cool, yeah. Huh, interesting stuff.
Yeah, it was
There it is. There's the box.
Jared Hess. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're cool.
No, I was right. It is Jared Hess. How can I remember that stuff? That's stupid.
Oh, I don't know. Because you watched it 1,000 times, possibly.
That's why. Because I watched it 1,000 times. That makes sense. Oh, that's a cool box. That Hulk box. Oh, there's Odd Job. He does custom stuff too. I see that. He does custom packaging. So are the prices pretty reasonable on this?
Well, if you contact him and get it through his website, it's cheap. But if you try, I saw it on eBay and it was crazy, the prices.
It's best to contact him. Yeah, I want to get a reproduction Pulsar box for one of my Pulsar figures, but they're expensive. It's like,
and then there was stuff I saw on his Facebook that he didn't have on his website, and I just messaged him, and he put it on the website for me.
That's cool. I wonder if he makes reproductions of those really weird Star Trek toys from the '60s, where they were,
I bet you he does.
Ray gun. Yeah, this guy, after Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre, he made, I remember Gentleman Broncos.
Yeah, I liked that. I liked Gentleman.
He made Austin Land in 2013, something called Don Verdine in 2015. Never heard of it. Masterminds 2016. 95 Senses in 22. Thelma the Unicorn in 2024. Except it isn't 20. That's not out yet.
I haven't heard of any of those.
Yeah, I guess the stuff he made, I don't know where it was released, in art houses or something. I don't know.
I mean, who would like that movie, Gentlemen Broncos, but weirdos like us? That movie was about us. It was about weird science fiction writers and sci-fi conventions and weirdos.
Oh, that's right. I remember that now. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Sam Rockwell in it, and he was outstanding. He played like a character, who were they making fun of? Robert Heinlein? Is that who they were making fun of, kind of?
I'd have to go back and watch that movie again.
They were making fun of like sci-fi writers and sci-fi fans.
Oh, that's the one you were showing me that.
Yeah, I had never seen
it. You can see the guts of the creature. That's kind of strange. Yeah.
I found these figures a couple days ago, and I picked them up and ordered them that I had never heard of. They're from 1983, made by a company called Marty Toys. They're called Warriors of the Galaxy. I think that's what they're called. They're little, like 54 millimeter Army Men style figures, but they're sword sorcery, and they have little weapons like swords and shields and axes and stuff. They were really cool. So they're on the way. But
that's nice. That's nice there.
Oh, speaking of which, did you sell that Britain's alien UFO set, Kevin?
No, I was gonna probably just end up sending it to you.
Oh, I might buy that from you.
I don't know anybody else that would appreciate it as much as you did.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, well, let's talk about it. We'll talk about a price. But yeah, that's what these new figures that I picked up, they come from a large set like that is a rare set that is hard to find. And so I was like, these are cool looking little figures.
Do you have any customers in the store right now?
No, it's dead.
Has anyone else reacted to the Tomb of Terror show?
Everybody likes it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, John Goris, it is Ryan Gosling. That's who I was trying to think of from La La Land, the guy from Drive. Oh, there's John Goris.
Oh, yeah, look at these.
Oh. Wow.
So, John, have you gotten some progress done on your animation?
Love that. Another 100 skulls is sick. These are so sick, man. That is great that he sent you that.
That my wife and I laughed so hard that first time we watched his new Another 100 Skulls video.
They're so good. I love that he made like a standee and it says, please disseminate these stickers. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
I want you to disseminate some stickers. That's
he's what Ralph Bakshi dreams he could be. If you gave John Goris a few $1 million, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine how the culture would change. A little bit every day. It's a slog. Got to do it, inspired or not. I'm going to get on it once we've commenced. You know what volume that is?
4, I think.
4? Okay. I finished in episode 26 this morning.
This guy's going to the movie theater tonight. Somebody's gonna rent him.
really. What movie is it?
Creep Show.
Oh, you must have like an Alamo Draft House or something that's playing it?
Yeah, and there'll be a photo op with him.
Are you going to go?
No.
Did you ever see it projected?
Yeah, I've seen it in the theater a few times.
Oh, okay.
Every week, the romance, the humor, the drama of a rugged land, and this two-fisted adventure to help detain it. That's what it is. It's a trap. What are you? It's just their business.
Yeah, that's cool.
Far enough. Be sure to follow the adventures of the West's most colorful personalities.
Where did this come from, Kevin?
It's just a mannequin. It's just a mannequin. I put a mask on him and then bought a costume already distressed.
Wow. So I thought that this was a prop replica, but you made this yourself.
Parades or smash recording. The youngsters who made Little Darling the sensation it is. Here they are with two of their big records.
Prop replica.
With Little Darling and Words of Love.
That's very smart. And that's a lucrative money-making venture because you can rent it out. That's cool.
There's a store in Seattle called Ye Old Curiosity Shop. You go into it, and they have a dead guy from the Old West there on display, like it's real, like a real mummy. Just like the way that Jonah Hex wound up in the comics.
Right. And have you seen any of those Old West pictures where people used to take pictures with dead bodies? Have you seen that? And they would prop them up. There was like things to prop up dead bodies.
Are you talking about the ones where the gunfighters get killed? Or are you talking about when people's relatives get killed or die?
Well, both. I've seen both where they set up, they take pictures with dead relatives, but then other ones that look like they're purposeful photo ops where they're taking pictures with dead gunfighters that are on display, right?
Yeah, well, that's different. The ones that were done in the Victorian era when a relative passed away and they didn't have any photographs of the person, and they would try to take a picture and make it look like they're still alive. Those are creepy as heck.
Yeah, and
there was one where the dead girl is standing up and with her family, and you could tell that, but one foot isn't touching the ground properly. I don't know if they nailed her arm onto the mantle, or she looks like she's got her arm on the mantle. Yeah, those are insanely scary and sad, especially with the mother's holding the baby that passed away, and they're trying to make it look like it's the picture with the baby still alive. But yeah, they call them Memento Mori photos. But the ones where the gunfighter was killed and they just parade them around, that's a whole different thing. That's done out of hatred and disrespect for the guy that, that's something. Yeah, that's scary.
Around. Who was what was the guy? Is it Pancho Villa? Did they like tour his head or something? They like cut his.
I don't know, but I think his head isn't that something that the Skull and Bones Society has?
God, I didn't know that. What, Skull and Bones Society?
Well, the society that the Bushes and all the elites are members of.
I don't remember the Solar Knots. It looks like a Jerry Anderson ripoff, right?
It was a pilot for a show. It had it had someone in it that's like really cool, but it was like a pilot for a British Star Trek kind of thing. But there's just one episode that exists. I think I just put the opening credits on there.
Did you make this?
This is what we used last time we did the movie. We took this with us.
So that's the crate, right? Is that called the crate?
And what is the theater that's playing the movie tonight like?
It used to be Alamo, or it might have been Alamo at one time, but I think they changed the owners.
So they play all kinds of cool old movies in there?
Yeah, and they play, weird trailers and stuff like this.
Oh man, you guys are
drive
lucky.
Through.
Let me read it to you. I salute the boys and girls who are buying United States savings stamps and bonds through the Treasury School Savings Program. They're learning the lessons of practical citizenship and of wise money management, and they're giving important support to the cause.
How's your temperatures? Because it really has been cooler in California this June. So are you guys coming on slow like we are?
I don't think summer's really hit yet.
Yeah, that's what's happening
Let's
here
get
too.
started today. What do you think?
I mean, it's still 100 degrees, but it's not 110 or 120.
You know, the Amazon has inflatable movie screens that are made for people's backyards, but I think it would be cool to inflate it in my living room and project things.
They had a pool party one time out here where they showed it on the water. You could sit in a raft, and then
Oh
they had the
yeah,
inflatable. They had one of those screens outside.
yeah. I'm going to give myself full screen for just a second to show you what I'm talking about. It's just $132, and you know it's like a giant screen you can inflate. But I was just thinking that would be cool to do because I'm jealous of what like his theater that's showing big movies on a big screen. And it's like tonight I have a choice of one movie, The Little Mermaid, playing at the local theater.
Who
And
asked for that? Who asked for that movie in your town?
well, there's a group of people that decide what movies are going to be popular, enough. I don't know. I'll be curious. We're going to uh, at 6:30 my time we'll go eat in this restaurant in the town square, and I'll be able to look across the town square and see if anyone shows up for the 7 o'clock showing of that movie. But yeah, they're going to have that Miles Morales movie next week or a couple of weeks from now, but I don't know. Is that supposed to be good? Everyone seems
I've
to
heard
like
everybody said it's good. Everybody's coming in looking for Spider Punk comics and
Spider
all these
Punk
other
is in it.
and all these other comics they're all looking for now.
Are people like looking for Spider-Man 2099 now?
I haven't heard that. I've heard mostly Spider Punk.
Spider Punk. Okay. Is that the figure we were just talking about, Meyer?
Yeah, it is. That's it. So, honestly, I'm not a fan of the skin tone or the plastic or something. There's something unrealistic about it. I mean, obviously, it's unrealistic. It's a toy, but there's something to the tone of the skin that I'm not a fan of.
Looks better in person, I think.
Does it? Yeah, that's totally possible. My son sent me pictures of it last night. That it looks good. It looked good in the pictures, but
And these hip joints look weird from this, but if you look at it from here, it looks better.
Yeah, it does. Okay. It's
okay,
just the
it does.
camera angle. It really looked not too
See, it
good
looks.
on.
See those gaps in those hip joints.
Yeah.
But
Do you
if you
have the
look at
red?
it right
You have the
here,
red,
it looks.
Kevin?
The Red Sonja and the Purgatory will be back in next week.
Oh, okay.
These are
Is
actually selling. These are selling better than Marvel Legends.
Wow, they're $75.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
People
There's
don't like
probably
these.
a reason it's selling.
People don't like these when you can't see what's in the box.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's a really bad
It's a
decision.
bad motion.
They don't like her face though either on this one.
Yeah, because she looks like that lady that plays Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
And
It's like an unhappy
she's supposed to look
Joe
like
Biden voter.
Everybody needs John Burns' version of the White Queen, right? I like that figure. I don't have it yet, but it looks kind of cool. The Japanese Spider-Man.
Yeah.
This figure's really cool. Nobody's buying this one.
Is that the
I heard
Raiders of the
the.
Lost Ark? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I heard the new movie's pretty good.
Really?
Yeah. Not the best though. It's like it's still it's better than Crystal Skull, but it's not the best movie.
I didn't even watch Crystal Skull.
I did. I liked it. I'm like the only one that liked that movie, I think.
Well, I guess I gotta give it a try. What was the one before Crystal Skull?
Last Crusade.
Oh wait, Last Crusade was the third one? No.
Yeah.
That's the one with Sean Connery, and then there was. I thought there had been two since the Sean Connery one, or only one.
Yeah, I think.
Cool. In the new Transformers movie, there's a VW bus.
Huh, that's pretty cool. TV repair.
I like that. What
Yeah,
is that?
the
Frank's TV repair. Is that from a movie or something?
This is Transformers. He's in there. His name's Wheeljack.
Oh, okay.
They changed him from I forget what he was, but now he's a V-dub.
That's a nice looking
oh.
man. Oh, I see him down there. Yeah.
He's in there.
That's funny.
I like that van. That reminds me of like a TV repair van that Jerry Lewis would drive in one of his shitty movies, you know, where he pretended to be a TV repairman.
Yeah, I don't associate those kind of vans with servicemen, though. I always thought that was
They're
really
hippies, yeah. Hippies and surfers would always drive those.
yeah. Maybe in Germany they might have been used for TV repairmen and stuff, but here it was a different image to me. Do you think you'd be able to add up all those comics, or would you need to do some research to do it? Or
I think most of them are priced.
yeah, there were a few yesterday that I don't think were.
I always like that cover.
Let's see that cover, the Batgirl one. That's pretty good. Who drew that? Who painted that? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. Now it's cool. They put them on the artists on the barcode now.
Oh, how much is that Batgirl comic?
Let me see. Hold on. Oh, this one's one of those shop exclusives.
Oh,
You had to buy it from him.
oh, Frankie's Comics.
Yeah, and they went out of business.
So it's pretty valuable.
No, I think they screwed over a bunch of people. They took their money.
Oh no.
But here's the artist. Ji Hung Lee is the artist.
Oh yeah, a lot of these artists seem to be these better artists seem to be Asian nowadays. It looks like it's animated series based.
Yeah, it continues after the series ended.
I like this art style in here, this animated series style.
Is that a high price comic? It's not a very high price comic.
Usually when they do these, they're like $20
Oh,
because it's an store exclusive. But it probably might only be 10 now.
well, that hair is strange.
Oh, somebody else liked Crystal Skull. I see that on the screen.
Yeah, it's Fester. That's
So there's two people that like that movie.
That's Basil. He goes by Fester on here.
I liked it. It's Crystal Skulls and aliens.
Yeah, I just haven't watched it. I wonder if that shelved Batgirl movie will ever be released, or if there's an underground economy for it. Maybe on the dark web. I don't know why anyone would want to see it. If it's not really faithful to the comics,
They recently added that television show to Tubi called Birds of Prey, right? You know, I had never watched that show. I just remembered that it was popular 20 years ago or whenever it came out. So I
Yeah.
watched the first episode of Birds of Prey the other night. You know, it's about Barbara Gordon and the Huntress and some other
Right.
girl that I'd never heard of. But the story wasn't terrible. So the worst part of it was the acting. The acting was really bad. Like really like the
Yeah.
girl that played the Huntress was terrible. But the action was okay. And the girl that played Barbara Gordon looks just like you would expect her to look. She looked perfect for Batgirl. But you know, she's paralyzed in a wheelchair.
Right. I guess that's the problem I had with it more than anything is I just didn't like that version of Batgirl that was in the wheelchair, and I never really accepted that. And I think in that show, Batman is dead or missing or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's gone. He left or something. It's not terrible, but you know, it's okay, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably better than the Birds of Prey movie.
Yeah, I didn't even know they made a Birds of Prey movie.
Oh, well, it didn't have Batgirl. It was a Harley Quinn movie. It was Harley Quinn and the Birds of Prey or something like that.
Oh, okay. I remember. Cooper character. Cooper figure.
Yeah, I was talking about the 90s version. Or it might have not been 90s, but early 2000s, that TV show.
Can I see what that Mr. T figure looks like? It looks pretty good.
What is that?
It's Mr. T during his heroic time in the WWF.
I didn't see the mohawk. I didn't recognize him as Mr. T.
I want to get one of those original old Mr. T dolls. I don't have any of those yet. I don't have one of those yet. From the A-Team, you know, they put them out in a couple different scales. I'll get one eventually.
Did you see my Cabbage Patch?
Oh, your Cabbage Mr. T?
Yeah.
Probably, but I could see him again if you got him handy.
I don't have them here.
I think I saw him. I think I remember seeing one earlier. I liked Mr. T. I liked that cartoon. He had a good cartoon, and I liked, you know, he was Say No to Drugs. Remember that?
I used to like the cereal. Alive? Yeah, he's still alive.
He must be still alive. I liked how like traditional he was. Like he was like that was his deal. So he's a nice guy.
That logo's cool.
Huh, never seen that. Madrid, California. Is the figure?
The skateboard.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. It's a deck. It's a skateboard deck. Okay. Danhausen. I haven't seen this guy in a long time. This guy's kind of funny, and he used to do toy reviews. He's one of us.
Yeah.
I don't think he aligns with us politically, but he's a dork. He's a toy collector and a comic book guy and a wrestler. Kind of a goofball. He's kind of funny. What does he say? He says something about money or something. He brings a jar of teeth with him into the ring. Oh, that's a cool figure.
God damn it.
R.I.P. Iron Sheik. He just passed away recently.
That's Sabu.
Oh, that's Sabu. Okay.
Sheik, I do have a Sheik figure. I think he's somewhere else, though.
That was a great movie. Did you see that? I'm sure you saw that documentary, Kevin, from like 10 years ago, the Iron Sheik documentary. Wasn't that great?
Yeah.
That guy was insane on the Howard Stern show.
The guy's here to pick up the Father's Day.
Oh, okay.
I'll get back with you guys in a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, the Sheik was insane. He was funny. And he had just a crazy backstory. He had like worked with the CIA and worked like security for the Shah of Iran during the fall of the Shah. And he had like been personal security for the Shah's family. And also a world champion Iranian wrestler, like the best, like actual, like real wrestler, like real, like Greco-Roman style wrestling or something. The best wrestler in all of Persia or some shit like that.
Yeah. And he
then
wound
just a
up like touring around with Beetlejuice or something. I can't remember. It seems like they had them in hotel rooms with Beetlejuice or something. Unless I have it mixed up with somebody else.
No, that sounds familiar. I think that sounds about right.
Yeah, those were interesting days. Let's see what's going on in the news here. Oh, I'll show you how to get that Munsters record. In case anyone out there wants to get it. Well, it's a CD. I don't know if they're putting it out on vinyl. It's the Munsters television music of Jack Marshall with the Deputy, Wagon Train, and the Virginian, limited edition 2 CD set. So the first CD is all the Munsters soundtrack, and the second CD are the Westerns. And says La La Land Records and Universal Studios proudly present the 16th title within the acclaimed Universal Pictures Film Music Classics Collection, the Munsters television music of Jack Marshall. Limited edition music by Jack Marshall. Oh, he also did Thunder Road and in the Munster Go Home movie. Also scoring the 1958 feature film Thunder Road, legendary guitarist Jack Marshall would begin composing television series music for Review, also known as Universal Television. The limited edition 2 CD release is an exciting collection of Marshall's original television music for the beloved 60s comedy classic series, The Munsters, as well as brilliant material from the TV Westerns, The Deputy, Wagon Train, and The Virginian. The presentation marks the world premiere debut of this notable music in any format. The deluxe collection demonstrates the composer's remarkable versatility, with disc 1 dedicated to his delightful and iconic mock macabre from both seasons of The Munsters, with disc 2 showcases highlights while Disc 2 showcases highlights of his work from the deputy wagon train in the Virginian. From Mockingbird Lane to the Western frontier, Marshall's innovative music effectively set the stage for laughs or drama and everything in between. Let's see. So produced, edited, and mastered by Mike Mustard. It's not that I can't read. My eyes aren't working. Something, a tiny print. From Studio Vault Elements, this special limited edition of 2,000 units features exclusive liner notes by author, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, and they've got other stuff coming out like music from the Invaders and Thunder Road.
Sounds great.
So they're in Burbank. Yeah, but I had to get the Munsters. That's just something I had to get.
It's fascinating that we're so appreciative of how good things used to be that we're even appreciating the background music, the things that were incidental, created to be incidental and not even to be listened to a second time, or not to be thoughtfully listened to. Background music, and we're appreciating it as if better than
Well,
you get one.
But the Munsters music was in your face, and it was very much like in the foreground to me. When that theme song starts, it just like blows you away, and then the background music was always very loud, and it wasn't just in the background where you don't really notice it. It was brash, and that music when Herman Munster's walking around and stuff was very the background music in movies today, there just doesn't seem to be many very good composers. There aren't soundtrack scores that just really grab you, like the Indiana Jones theme. That's instantly amazing, but what's Iron Man's theme? What's what is maybe the Black Panther is a theme. Each one of those heroes should have a theme that instantly when you see them, you hear that music, like the Christopher Reeve Superman, you hear that John Williams theme when you see him. And nobody can really do that today. It doesn't seem like. The Avengers theme song is memorable, but I have to kind of think to get to remember it. I mean, I don't think I could hum it right now, but if I heard it, then it would stick in my head for a few days. But it's not like John Williams' Superman theme or the Star Wars opening title music that you'll never forget. The music, I just can't think, or the James Bond theme or any. No one can do it now, and I don't know why they can't.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's what would you call it? Like an artistic or cultural collapse, because it's not just that. It's not just that music. It's across the board. Like comic books are not the same. Not only can people not draw them as good, but they can't write them as good. That's not it. Things stopped. A generation. I don't know. Something happened.
Yeah, it's almost like there's something culturally has. It might just be these things, staring into these for too long. That's all that you see is people staring at those things constantly. Yeah, I think I just don't know what it is. It's across the board. Occasionally, something will come along and surprise me, but very rarely.
Well, remember when decades used to represent things, right? Like the 70s was the 70s, the 80s were the me decade, or the 70s were some other. Anyway, each decade was easy to discern or define, but it stopped at the 90s. Really, nothing has from 2000 on has just been the same. It's been 23 years of the same.
Yeah, I look back at footage of 9/11, and it just looks like the people running around. It just kind of looks like today. It's not like if you looked at footage from 1970, it's very distinctive how people are dressed differently and everything.
Mhm.
I mean, the 80s, I mean, I guess I know there was some style differences in the 80s, but the 90s, man, I just don't know. I mean, I guess there were some bright colors. I don't really know. I can't think what was the 90s. The 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, I can 30s, 20s, I can immediately visualize what that time period looks like. But the 90s, 2000s, the 2010s, whatever decade we're in now, the 20s, I don't know if there's anything distinctive about it. It's just people staring at a phone, walking around. I don't really, yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. Look at the design of cars, like the artistic design in automobiles has
Yeah.
declined to the point where now they're all just gray and silver and blue, and
Right.
they all look exactly the same. They all look.
I
the same.
think there's something about it that has to do with communism. And I sound like a John Bircher, but it's part of taking over a society that they do that. They destroy the past. They destroy everything that's ornate. They want everything to be drab. It's part of their, and that's why these. It's like all these different fast food places used to be vibrant and flashing signs, and they all had their different style. Taco Bell looked like a little, I don't know, with the little arch and the bell and
Look like the Alamo. It used to look like the front of the Alamo, the old Taco Bell.
yeah,
right?
McDonald's, Jack in the Box, and they sort of blowing up the clown. And then now every one of these looks like a box, and it's painted gray, and it looks like a prison. And they got rid of Ronald McDonald and all the little cutesy things, and they tear down statues of people in history. It's like they're getting rid of the past, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's cultural Marxism, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Everything's homogenized, says John. Put a link in the chat in case anyone else wants to come in.
It I guess it feels like it happened quickly, like from the 10-year span or something. It changed so fast.
Yeah, things are changing. Things are changing for sure. But one of the things Trump was talking about was like building new cities and making them beautiful. And I'm sure that makes them tear their hair out because they don't want things to be beautiful. They want things to be ugly. And they just want everything to be the same. What are you barking at? What do you see out there? I don't see anything, but anyway. Yeah, the cultural Marxism. I don't know. I don't know much about it, but I certainly see we're under assault and we're being taken over. And people don't realize it because they're just staring at these things. Yeah, they want us to be docile and to eat bugs and to just, live in just like the Matrix, live with our virtual reality goggles on. I think it kind of started to me almost one of the biggest things was when the Holiday Inn signs went down. Those were just gorgeous. And they stopped using neon signs. I think that was a cost effective procedure. And then they went to these fluorescent lights behind plastic. for every store. But when they used to have neon flashing signs, I remember every main street looked like Las Vegas. I remember San Antonio, Broadway in San Antonio, it was just gorgeous when I was a kid. John Goris says, beautiful cities. Where are they going to find the beautiful people to inhabit? Well, yeah. I don't know. This technology is there's there's great things about it, but there's a lot of negative about it too.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Did you see that Munsters movie that Rob Zombie put out?
Yeah, I couldn't make it past the first 5 minutes. I tried.
Oh yeah,
Did it, but then I stopped it.
yeah. It was I don't know what. Yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like that. There's just I didn't like anything about it. I didn't like that guy Daniel Roebuck playing Grandpa Munster in a weird way, and I didn't like any of the characters. And it just I didn't like anything. I didn't like the lighting or the colors. And why did he make it look like a blacklight poster? I don't know why.
Oh, he was trying to make it look like Basil Gogos's paintings.
Yeah, I see that.
I mean, I could see what he was doing there, but no one.
Why? I mean, it would have made more sense. It would have made more sense to light it and make the coloring soft, like the Munsters Go Home. Like if you want to make it look cool, do it like Technicolor 1967. You know what I mean? That would be cool if it looked like what they looked like in color in the photos that we've seen that were color pictures, right?
Well, supposedly he was forced to do it in color by the studio, but even if he'd done it in black and white and everything, it wasn't funny. And it's like he had no idea what he was doing. I don't know, man. That was a very big disappointment last summer. And now I see we're probably going to be in for just as big a disappointment for the Fantastic Four, which I've been waiting to see that since I was, fourth grade. Been dreaming about a Fantastic Four movie, and they'll just mess that up too.
It's so strange. It's like it's like taking a character from literature or history or mythology and then completely rewrite it. It's like making Hercules not Hercules. Do you understand? It's like it's so weird. The same people that thought that we were dorks in 1975 for wearing a Captain America t-shirt, they're now it's so fucked up. Sorry about the language, but you know what I mean? It pisses me off. That's what pisses me off, is that now these normies are making money off of our hobby and they're selling it to people that don't even appreciate it and don't even know that it's something great. They don't even, you know what I mean? It just, the whole thing. So sad.
Yeah, it's being sold to people that have never read the comics, but even they, I mean, when you market a Black Panther movie, you don't have the Black Panther in it. I think it's getting to the point where people are realizing. I'm just thinking people are waking up to all this, and that's all. That's what's encouraging.
Right, like those kids this week. The kids. That was what was on that Fleckish show this morning. Was he was highlighting those kids in like Boston.
That math classroom.
Yeah, that math classroom, and then the kids at the middle school chanting that USA is their pronouns. I mean, that stuff gives me hope. It gives me hope when I see that.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, you ever listen to The Residents?
You know, I don't know if I have. I mean, I just know them by sight, by their advertisements and pictures of them with the giant eyeballs, right? But I
Yeah,
don't think I've heard them. I don't think I ever heard their music. No,
they were from San Francisco, right?
I don't know. I think maybe they were from San Francisco and they started out kind of like Devo as an art project and then became a
Yeah, they
band.
started. Yeah, they were artsy. Yeah, but
No, I have.
anyway, I had this person that was friends with me for years on social media, and he became friends with Cleo too, um, and it became more and more clear. I think that he was one of the residents. I mean, I'm still not 100% sure because they were like, they never showed what they looked like under the masks. That was the whole thing. And he passed away, and he was. I remember he was getting rid of all of his records and his record collection because he knew he was passing away. And but then afterwards, some friend of Cleo's that's a big Residence fan was asking, and I was like, "You were friends with him?" And it's like, "What?" I think he was a member of the Residents. The Residents are I mean, they're good. I saw him in concert once in Dallas. Uh, yeah, it's a very strange band, but yeah, I don't think he ever fully 100%. Of course, I never asked him, but he was always. I think he watched the show and stuff. I'd have to go back.
Were they
Cleo is.
associated? Were they associated with that Bob Dobbism stuff?
Are
What was
they?
the Church of the? I'm trying to think. I feel like
Yeah, the Church of the Subgenius.
yeah, I feel like I
I
saw
don't
them.
know if hmm? I don't know if the Residents had dealings with them, but it's a similar kind of thing. Um, do you know much about the Church of the Subgenius?
No, I used to have a couple of their like books, but I
Yeah,
gave them to my son because he was so interested in them. Like,
yeah, the late 70s.
I
I
mean, I
have it
know.
on audio tape somewhere. I used to listen to talk radio all the time, AM talk radio, and
Mhm.
these two guys came on that were representatives of the Church of the Subgenius. This is when they were first starting,
That was in
and
Texas.
it was Reverend Ivan Stang and Dr. Philo Drummond, and they were, I think, they had gone to a parochial school in Dallas, and they were comic book people, and they were. If you look up Ivan Stang's YouTube channel, you can see he's got all um, his Super 8 stop motion films from when he was in high school and when he was a kid, with G.I. Joes from the 60s and all his claymation stuff. But they decided to start this joke religion.
Can you hear me? It's just me. Is Meyer live again? You're frozen. If you can hear me, it's just me, guys. Grouch will be back any second. If there's, I don't know how many viewers we have. I first saw Bob Daub and became aware of that image of that 1950s Hugh Beaumont looking guy with the pipe. That image was like in punk zines and around the punk scene in the early 80s when I was in high school. That sticker of his head, you would see it in windows of like record stores or surf shops. I didn't know what it was at all, but that's where I first noticed it, and that's where it first kind of showed up, and it was mixed in with the local California punk scene. Is that Bob Dobbism stuff? I didn't know what it was. we lost Gratu, but he'll be back any second. In the meantime, we'll just keep talking. And any second now, he'll be back. Hopefully. Gotta fill dead air. Let's look what's in the comments. John Goris said about the beautiful cities and beautiful people inhabiting them. So we're just gonna keep the lines opening and keep those calls coming. Any second now, Gratu will be back. In the meantime, we'll try not to make it too uncomfortable and try not to put too much pressure on myself to be entertaining in some way. We'll just kind of let everything unfold organically. There's no telling what could happen because it's live. So we'll just start walking around, I guess. We'll go check the mail. I don't know if he'll be back. Doesn't come back. I guess it just shuts off automatically by itself. Kevin could come back at any time. I think Kevin is helping customers in the shop, maybe. Hey, here he is. He's back. Kevin could come back at any time.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my Wi-Fi is messy.
All right. I'm just
Anyway, these two guys started this, and Philo Drummond, whatever his real name was, he was kind of shy. He just kind of dropped out. But Ivan Stang was, he ran it, and it became real big, like this big fake nerd religion, and they had their own radio show in Dallas, and did all this multimedia stuff. But Joe Riley, who is the Hypnotic Eye founder, he did some special effects stuff for them. He designed J.R. Bob Dobbs mask that looks like a guy from a 50s ad with a pipe. And he did a really good and creepy human version of a smiley face. They were like if it was a real person, but I'm trying to. His real name is I'm trying to remember, man. But I met him at one of Joe Riley's birthday party. So you can go and subscribe to Ivan Stang on YouTube, and he's got all his childhood, G.I. Joe anime. I put some of this stuff.
My beloved Doc Savage poster from my youth, and I have no idea why that shot is at the beginning of this roll or these model.
He narrates the films, but I put some of that on a tape I sent to John Goris, some of his animation. But yeah, he's a cool guy. That's something that started kind of in near where I was living.
Right. That's what I remember, that they were from Texas originally.
Yeah.
And like I was saying, those images, I first saw them like in punk zines. Like it would just be like a clip art picture of that Bob Dobbs with the pipe sticking out of his mouth, and it might be on like a Dead Kennedys flyer. It would be like on the corner of like a Circle Jerks flyer or something.
Yeah, it kind of it went into the punk world, into the comic book world, the science fiction nerds, all these kind of outcast groups were fascinated by this. And it was just a cool thing. They were in with Devo, right? Possibly. Same kind of culture. I think so. Either Devo, Church of the Subgenius, the Residents, it's all part of that same alternative nerd culture that where it's actually sort of cool, as opposed to Dungeons and Dragons and Pokemon. Oh, I don't mean to insult Pokemon. He's got his screen frozen on Pokemon.
Oingo Boingo. I would put Oingo Boingo in the same position.
Yeah, that's all part of the same thing.
Yeah. They first appeared on the Gong Show, right? They were just like they were doing something weird. Yeah. The Imperial Knights of the Oingo Boingo or something.
And it's cool. Like Ivan Stang was funny. His stuff that he wrote a whole book, the Handbook of the Church of Subgenius, and then he wrote a book. This is before the internet, about it was called High Weirdness by Mail, and it was a book where it gave you places that you can mail off and get free or very cheap things from insane people, where you could get cool flyers or the kind of stuff we were talking about, the insane people, like, you collected insane stuff from people that just put stuff on your windshield wiper. And some people collect that stuff because it's so fascinating. But he had a whole book about things you could mail order and for relatively cheap. And he said that if you mail order all this stuff, you're going to be put on they're going to start like watching you because you're ordering from all these crazy people. But he said once you order enough of it, they'll just think that you're just investigating like they are, because it's like they're not going to think because you're getting it from all different points of view, and they're not going to necessarily suspect that you're a right winger or a left winger. They're just going to think that you're fascinated by everything, like omni-cultural devourer. But the thing is about this kind of stuff, Ivan Stang was funny, and he had a radio show, and when he was talking, it was funny. But then there were all these other subgenius people that would come along. I'm Reverend blah, blah, blah. And they would be insufferably, they'd make you want to tear your hair out. It would be as bad as some of these people on YouTube that we've talked about.
Right.
That it's just like you can't stand it, and they think they're funny, and they adopt all the praise Bob stuff, but it's just when they do it, it's not as funny. And he would allow those people to do their little segments on his radio show, and then it just it kind of takes it from being cool to just, it's like you watch Star Trek as a kid and it's really cool, and you go out and you act it out in the playground, and then you go to a Star Trek convention and you realize, what? I thought this was cool. What is this? That was such a cool show. Why are all the people that are into it such insufferably horrible people? Like, it's the same way I feel at comic book conventions. And then I wonder, am I one of them? I guess maybe I am, but I can't. Why is it these should be my people? Why can I not stand them? And what is it? I just never could figure out. It's just like I go to a horror movie convention. I think finally I'm going to be around people, and I can't stand them either. It's just like I can't. I'm like someone that I don't belong anywhere.
Shit, sorry.
That's hilarious. I think that chaos is funny. On the Four Color Fossils last week or a couple days ago, I couldn't get on that show, and then finally I borrowed my wife's phone to get on because I couldn't even charge my phone. And at the very end, it starts breaking up, and everyone starts sounding electronic, and then everyone starts sounding like Popeye. And I was just laughing. It's like, I think it was actually my phone was about to die, and it was actually creating some of that chaos. But I could hear, but I just thought it was funny because you couldn't understand anyone. And I was the only one laughing. And I heard Captain Strangelove saying, he's laughing. He must be the one doing it. And I didn't think I was, but I think my phone actually was the culprit. But, you know, it's like sometimes people think that you must be. No, I just enjoy. It's funny when things go wrong. When you ever see the episode of The Tonight Show where he just passed away, when they bring in Ed Ames that played the Indian companion of Daniel Boone. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, with the axe.
He says, I'm going to show you how to throw a hatchet like a real Indian. And Johnny Carson's great. And he's got this, this outline of a cowboy there. And he throws the axe perfectly, but it lands hits this right in the crotch.
Yes.
And they both start laughing. That's one of those classic moments. It's so funny. It's just like, that's why I think it's funny when my camera falls over when I'm filming my show. Just, I don't know. But, you know, I get people saying, you really need to hold your camera more steadily. It's giving me a headache. It's like, okay, you do that on your channel. I don't know. But yeah, I guess I should, I don't know. I always found it's just like, it's kind of funny when things go wrong. Except when it's the takeover of our government. Let's see, Friar Tuck says, you're an introvert, and I agree about the conventions. Yeah, the conventions are so tough to take. But then, you get to, why did he put it on Pokemon? It looks like we're having a Pokemon discussion. Anyone that tunes into this is like we're having a round table. So what do you think of Charizard's first appearance?
We know absolutely nothing about Pokemon.
The first time I've heard of Pokemon, it was because children all over Japan were having epileptic seizures because they were watching the show. And it was... in Japan, they have their smaller houses, and the kids are like right up against the TV screen. And when these characters were changing into they would change and transform, and there'd be strobe effects. It was knocking these kids out, and that's how it first Americans first became aware of Pokemon, and then it came over to the United States, and they edited those scenes out that were causing kids to fall over and have seizures. I don't know if it's epileptic seizure, just seizure. But anyway, I find myself getting irritated by everything. That's how I feel. It's everything. Except I do enjoy some people on YouTube and some of these people, these commentators and things. Anyway, but when I find something, I found this singer. My wife found it, actually. I can't remember her name now. I mentioned her the other day. She's a Hispanic lady, and she's got such a great voice. Man, what was it? Sophia something? She's not a famous singer or anything, but she just does these cover versions of songs that are just amazing. Let's see if I can find her. But sometimes I'll find things amazing. Do you need some food, Drew? Do you need some food? Okay, I have to say pood because Cleos uses the word pood instead of food. So she recognizes pood as
Got it.
shit. I'll be right back. Let me give her some food real quick. I wonder what that looks like in Mesa. They're loading what looks like a dead body into a truck right now, or a van. Can you imagine what people on the street are thinking? I wish we had film of that.
Yeah, probably the best way to transport that would be inside of a shower curtain. I would roll it up in a shower curtain, carry it out rolled up in a shower curtain, or maybe in a rug. It'd be less conspicuous that way.
I think that the police would be called even quicker if you did that. Are you kidding me? You can still tell it's a body.
I'm joking. I think that would be funny.
Oh,
because
you're kidding.
it
Yeah.
would
All
look
right.
even more like a real body if you put it in a shower curtain and drag it out the
Yeah.
throw it in the back of the trunk, like make it look like it's really heavy, like it's a real body instead of a mannequin.
Yeah. That's yeah. Fryer says, and everyone. He said, I find myself getting irritated by everything and everyone, but find endearing qualities everything. It's a conundrum. Okay. And does Meyer have any pets, and how did his move go? Well, he's not moving, but he's moving, but he's not. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, I'm not moving. So yeah, it turned out that that whole thing ended up changing overnight. So now I'm not moving, but I'm redecorating the apartment, and I don't have any pets.
And so he's still packing, and then he's still going to be unpacking, but he's going to be unpacking in the same place. He's just packing to allow himself to paint or change carpet and put things up in a different way to make it feel like he's in a new place. That's basically
it. Part. It's taking all the stuff down off the walls and putting stuff back up that's only framed, and painting and making the place look nicer.
Yeah, because what Meyer was saying is that some of the stuff was on the wall just to hide the fact that the wall was ugly. So he makes the wall prettier. He doesn't need as much stuff up necessarily. So, okay, I was looking up this singer. I could probably play some of the music since it's not actual recorded music, unless the AI thinks it is. Prior text says nice. Let's see. I'm not trying to hold you hostage, Meyer. You need to go. You can. I'm just like hanging out because I'm here for another probably hour till I have to pick. What did she say to pick her up? She told me in the chat.
No, I'm doing the
same.
She
say 7:15, 6:11, 6:11. Then she changed her mind, didn't she? Don't come until 7:17. It's 5:40. Oh, okay, 7:17. Okay, let's see. How long does it take to load a corpse into a van? Yeah, this woman is I think has a great voice. Apparently, she's like a vocal coach or something.
What's her name?
I'm looking through my playlist, which my June playlist has gotten ridiculously long because I've had too much time on my hands, and so now it's who knows how many things are in this. I haven't had a chance to check out your playlist, Lee. You always have amazing stuff in your playlist.
A lot of the stuff in my playlist I get from your playlist. Like you have a channel that I found through you. I think it's called, is it New Stars? It's that old burlesque channel that's so good.
New what? You cut out with the.
I think it's called New NU dash Stars or something, but it's old burlesque movies.
Oh yeah. I did discover something like that lately.
Yeah, I get some stuff from your.
There's all kinds of. Yes, a lot of the stuff on these playlists I put on that Tomb of Terror show. But it's fun to make your own arrangement of everything, and like you were talking about, make your own TV channel.
Yeah, that's what I like doing is arranging it and making it kind of like a TV channel. So I can and I do it for myself mainly. It's so that I can just turn YouTube on and put the playlists on and leave it playing, and I can move around the house and not worry about me missing anything because it's all stuff that that's there. I do that with sports a lot. Now, I've watched like a lot of old NFL games from the 70s. It's like my favorite era of sports. So I'll just play NFL from the 70s like all day long in the background.
Do they have complete games up?
Yeah, that's what I like. I will.
And it's
My
in good
favorite
quality?
thing is to watch, like 3 hour long complete game with all the commercials and Howard Cosell. That's my favorite stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to. Do you have a playlist of that?
Yeah, it's my sports playlist. It's full of those. That's my favorite thing in sports. If you just see my sports playlist, it's pretty much game
Yeah,
after game.
I bet the commercials are really cool.
The commercials are great. It's my favorite part. It's the announcers and the commercials is what I miss the most about the old football. And I mean, I don't know. Old football is better anyway. The players were better. The teams were better. It was all better. Everything looked
Whatever
better.
happened to Howard Cosell?
I don't know. I'm sure he passed away, but he
Well, I know
disappeared.
that, but I mean,
I don't know.
did
He
he?
kind of left the public eye. Well, before he was old, right?
I guess he just retired. He just, yeah.
Yeah, he just retired, I guess.
I saw there was a Howard Cosell autobiography at the public library yesterday from early 70s, put out by Playboy Press. And a lot of the books in the library are from that time period. And the library was probably built 100 years ago, and it looks like they just barely got rid of the card catalogs. It's like completely. It even has a fireplace in it.
That sounds
It's
great. It sounds
very
great.
old-fashioned library.
So there's no homeless people taking a shower or a bath in the sink in the bathroom there, right? Because that's what every library in San Francisco has. Every library in San Francisco has a homeless guy, washing his crotch in the sink.
Yeesh. Yeah, that's how it was in Arlington. There were homeless people that hung out in the library, but
For now is for homeless people to hang out and use the internet.
now they'll be in that skyscraper they're building by you.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not too happy about it.
Yeah, there's man, I wish I could remember what this dumb lady's name is. Shoot. Well, I'll find her name and I'll report on the show at some point what it is.
You know what I watched the other day? This is a great movie that I'm just looking at on that's on my playlist. I was looking for those burlesque. Do you remember this movie called The Little Fugitive? It's a black and white movie about a little boy that thinks he murdered his brother and he runs away to Coney Island. You ever seen it?
No, I don't know that.
Oh man, it's so good. So this movie, it's called The Little Fugitive. It's from 1953. And the first time I saw this was in elementary school. I don't know why they would have showed us this movie when I was a kid, but they showed us this in about 5th or 6th grade at this school that I went to in the mountains. And it's like an hour and a half long movie. And it's really good. The Little Fugitive. It's the whole movie. All the characters in the movie are children. The main character is like a 5-year-old boy, and almost the whole thing is shot on location at Coney Island. His older brother and his friends at the beginning of the movie play a trick on him and make him think that he has a real gun, but it's a blank in the gun, and he thinks that he's shot and murdered his older brother, and so he runs away to Coney Island because he thinks that the cops are after him. And the whole movie is this little kid who thinks that the cops are after him. It's actually quite distressing. It's not a comedy. The movie's not a comedy. Despite you hear the title Little Fugitive, you think that it's going to be a comedy. It's not.
Yeah.
The kid is trying to start a new life at Coney Island. He thinks that he can never go home. He thinks that he has to become like Tarzan. He has to live on his own at Coney Island. He spends the whole day thinking that he has to like start his life over again and figure out a way to subsist and survive at the boardwalk. It's very good.
And it's Coney Island?
Yeah, it's filmed at Coney Island. It's called the movie is called Little Fugitive.
Did they project that on film or did they show it to you on?
Yeah, no, it was on film. They projected
That's
it.
Weird. I've never heard of that movie.
With a movie projector at my school.
This lady's name is Sarah Loera. And
let me pull her up. Sarah Loera.
And so I'll play little bits. So. I can't play too much. She's got a great voice, but see, it's like if you were in a karaoke club and this woman got up, it would just be because she does everything. This is
She sounds like Olivia Newton-John.
let's say she does all kinds of stuff.
Oh, I see her. She's Sarah Loera.
She does the Carpenters, and then she'll do Highway to Hell.
Yeah, she could be like one of those cruise ship singers.
Anyway,
Nightclub
there's
singers.
some huge announcement she has. I wonder what that is.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to my channel. So first and foremost, I want to give a huge shout out and a big thank you from the bottom of my heart to everybody who subscribed to my channel, even though there hasn't been jack squat for new content on here.
Yeah. There's another, let's see, who's that? I forget what her name is. Oh yeah, there's this this singer that does older stuff named Allison Young. And I guess she's actually put out an album, but she's just, I mean, she's probably barely out of her teens, but she does stuff from, let's see. Oh, she's divided her page up strangely.
She's really popular. 142K subs. But still, like, not even neither one of these, they're super talented, but her most recent video is 4 months ago, and that other girl as well. It's interesting that this content,
well, this girl,
they make a lot
it's
of
like
money.
she's taking everything down from her page. Yeah, there's maybe
so
she hasn't.
How do you make money?
Where is all her stuff? She had all these great. There's another. She has another channel. Okay, there's another channel. I don't know what's different. Okay, this channel's the one that's got all the stuff.
That's the one that I found. The one that says it's the. Let's see, her first, most popular load. She's got over 1 million views on her Shaboom cover.
Yeah, that's cool because she does everything. She does all the instruments and all that.
I don't even. I mean,
then,
even if you have a video that has 1 million views, even that, it's not a lot of money. I don't think.
See, she's.
Wow.
So this is what's encouraging when there are people that are
young like that,
young in their 20s, and are interested in the old stuff and the old style.
Yep, I agree. It is nice and encouraging.
Every day it's getting closer, going faster than a roller.
I don't want to upset the YouTube gods playing music. Let's see, Friar Tuck. It says was a movie I remember seeing as a child on cable that had a young boy run away from home and live in a tree trunk. Can't remember the name, but remember the premise for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's
sometimes there are movies
that was My Side of the Mountain.
It's what?
My Side of the Mountain is the movie he was describing.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorites.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I read the book, but it's really good.
Are either one of you two into older war movies, 60s or 70s era? Yeah. What particular movie? Yeah, there were a lot of great movies in that time period.
Who was that guy? Samuel Fuller? Am I getting that name right?
Yeah.
Samuel Fuller, the guy that did Big Red 1, but before that, he made a lot of really good black and white, like film noir war movies with like Richard Boone, Korean War. Am I right? Is that right?
Yeah.
And he was a vet. He was that Richard Fuller, that Fuller was Samuel Fuller was a Korean vet and World War II vet, I think.
Yeah. My father was Well, he was. There was before I was born when they were filming the John Wayne movie, The Longest Day, in France. My dad was assigned to be like I guess the military liaison, or I don't know what he was there working with them on the beach when they were filming that movie about D-Day, and then he was invited to the rap party or something. He didn't like that because I guess they had topless girls dancing or something. He was not into that because he's straight laced, been to Catholic school and everything. But so yeah, The Longest Day, he was there during the filming of that. The when but I went with him to see the Saving Private Ryan movie, and afterwards we were in front of the theater and he got out a cigarette and was saying that's the most realistic movie that he'd seen about combat. He said the only thing they don't get is the smell, and which of course you can't have a scratch and sniff card. And he also said the quiet, because people think war is just constant explosions. It's actually unnatural quiet, where the birds and the bugs, they're all shell shocked or like, frick this, we're not gonna make any noise. And it's just absolutely still quiet, punctuated by occasional lots of noise, and then you'll have another real quiet for a week or two, and then that's really the way it is. Instead of the way people think, it's just nonstop. Let's see what Friar Tuck's saying here. Nice Murphy's War and Hell in the Pacific. Yeah.
Hell in the
What were the two
Pacific.
movies that were playing when Oswald was hiding out in that theater? It was War is Hell and Cry Battle or something like that. I don't think I've seen either movie. They had a double feature.
Hell in the
Murphy's-
Pacific, Lee Marvin and Toshiro Mifune. That's the real
Yeah.
good one around the island. Yeah.
Well, he was moving some comics a minute ago. He may have given up because we were talking and ignoring the comics. You still there, Kevin?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
He's got his mic off. Yeah, there were movies in the 70s. I mean, there was a point where war movies became very anti-war, and then yeah, it was weird how they changed. There was when they marketed Patton, when that came out, they marketed it, it was a movie about war for people that hate war. They had some kind of advertising slogan like that because it was weird putting out a movie like that that's unapologetically patriotic at the height of the Vietnam War.
Right. But then they were
Um,
able to. So after Vietnam ended, A Bridge Too Far came out, and it was a giant hit. And it was like recognized by the Academy Awards. I loved A Bridge Too Far, right?
yeah, that was.
And it
Was
was
that
about
66 or 67? I mean, 76 or 77?
yes,
Yeah.
it was about 76
Yeah.
or 77. So they just
Yeah, it was.
decided to just forget about Vietnam. Let's just make movies about World War II, and we'll put the stars in World War II movies.
Yeah, around that time, it kind of became okay to like the past again with Star Wars and with what else? You see, before they thought, well, if we make a science fiction movie, it's got to be depressing and they've got to die at the end, or it's got to be about a dystopian society. And I mean, Logan's Run had a happy ending, but the Omega Man, he dies at the end, and then they make a movie that's and the other one was Superman. Yeah, they made Superman very. Now they make Superman, he's got to be depressed and killing people, but they just, and people were starved for that. And I think they're starved for it now. Someone to come along and make something just old fashioned. Like apparently, I didn't see it yet, but the Tom Cruise Top Gun movie, people just love that because it wasn't pushing an agenda and it was like the old days.
I saw it. It was good, and it was enjoyable, and it kept my attention the whole time, and there wasn't any preaching in it. It wasn't any.
What's weird is at the beginning of the pandemic, I remember Tom Cruise was filming a Mission Impossible movie, and they were out in the middle of the ocean, and he broke down and was so pissed at some people for not having their masks on, saying we're going to cause us to lose our insurance, and we're the only hope right now. We're the only movie that's in production, and you're taking these masks off. And I don't know, he just was so pissed. I don't know if I don't remember if someone recorded him yelling or something, but it got leaked to the press. But anyway, beside the point, that seemed like so long ago, and that movie's still not out. So a couple of nights ago, I was thinking, what happened to that Mission Impossible movie? And I looked it up, and apparently it's like a 2-part movie. And I don't even think is it coming out this summer? It's like a movie that's just like been lost. I've never really seen many of those Mission Impossible movies. I think I watched the first one, and I thought, they took the characters from the original. Oh, here's that mummy I was telling you about that's in that ye old curiosity shop in Seattle.
Oh, okay.
So I guess they found him under the sand, and some guy from the 1800s that died. I don't know if he was a gunfighter or anything. The first Mission Impossible, they pretty much take the characters that were in the TV show and say, well, they were really bad, and I didn't like that revisionist stuff, but I hear some of the movies have been really good. I don't know which ones to watch.
Maybe the first 2 back when they came out.
Wasn't one made by James Gunn or some, or am I wrong? Some filmmaker made. I think it's called Dead Reckoning Part 1. It says 2023, 2 hours, 43 minutes. So it looks like a Kill Bill kind of thing. He's got 2 3-hour movies, so it's really a 6-hour movie. July 10th. So that's coming up in just a couple of weeks, I guess. Oh, let's see what people are saying. Can't find Murphy's War for free on internet. I don't know if I've seen Murphy's War. I don't remember that.
I don't remember that.
My parents saw Bridge Too Far in the theater, raved about it, and insisted I watch it when on cable. I remember Bridge Too Far had a great theme song. The one that was horrifying, I saw it on VHS, real anti-war movie, was Johnny Got His Gun. That was a big-time anti-war movie from probably about 71. There's a bunch of movies kind of like that. Do you ever see that?
Yeah, I read the book too. I read the book when I was in the war.
Oh.
I read a bunch of funny books, ironically, in the war on purpose. Like I read Johnny Got His Gun in the war, and I read Catch-22 in the war while I was like in war.
Well, Johnny Got His Gun, you describe as a funny book? Is it?
No, not at all. But I think it was I did it on purpose. I purposefully chose to read those books while I was in the war.
Yeah. Yeah. How is the book compared to the movie of Johnny Got His Gun?
Completely different. So the book is that guy Dalton Trumbo. I guess that he was branded a communist for writing that
Yeah.
book or something?
He was part of the, I think he's part of the witch hunt.
Yeah. The book is kind of like, it's similar to Cuckoo's Nest, in that, you know how Cuckoo's Nest is written from like Clockwork Orange, where it's almost, you're written from the inside of a person's head that you're not expecting to be hearing a story from. Like in Cuckoo's Nest, it's the big chief, and in Johnny Got His Gun, you're inside of the head of the kid who's trapped in this body that's, you know, his limbs have been amputated, right, and he can't talk, can't see, and so
Yeah.
the whole book is his thoughts retelling his life story, basically.
Yeah. Well, the movie's kind of like that, and it just, there's different segments that are different memories.
It's just written from, you know, inside of his head. You know?
Yeah. Does it have the scene with Jesus in it too, in the book?
I'm sure it does. I can't remember. It's been so long, and it didn't leave. It wasn't impactful enough that you know, that left a big memory for me. There were other books that were more important, like Slaughterhouse-Five. I think is the best like war book. One of my favorite war books or military books is Slaughterhouse-Five. I think that book really did a great job of explaining the experience. Does a good job.
Yeah. What did you think of the book versus the movie?
Of Slaughterhouse-Five?
Yeah.
Oh, the movie is terrible by comparison, right? The movie is like a disappointment because the book is so good, and the movie was kind of disappointing, kind of disjointed and disconnected. But it's kind of hard to make a movie out of anything that Kurt Vonnegut writes because it's absurd, right? It's a science fiction mixed with a dream world, mixed with reality, but it's really deep. You know, there's something to it. So hard to make a movie out of that stuff, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think of other movies in that genre. Cross of Iron was one of my friend Tom's favorite movies. And apparently there was a series, there were other movies about that war hero in Cross of Iron that were made in Germany.
Steiner.
I think with the same actor, but they were actually German films. Do you know much about that?
No, I didn't know about. I know about Cross of Iron. I think I know the guy. I feel like the guy you're talking about. His name is Steiner. The character.
Yeah, Steiner. Yeah, and I think in Germany the movie was called Steiner. Before it was called Cross of Iron. Yeah, because he was like their Audie Murphy or something. He was like some hero, and but yeah, that was weird. You know, you have a movie from the other side, but they were not fighting the Americans, they were fighting the Russians. So I guess they thought, well, it'll be okay because they're fighting the Russians. But that's a movie they'll never show on television today. Let's see. Oh, let's give him the layout there. It looks like he's doing something.
My internet went down in my.
You there, Kevin?
Yeah, my internet went down and my phone was dead.
We hear you if you can hear us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Just barely, but
my internet went down, and so did. So I didn't have no Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah. Mine has been going down too. I think everyone's been having trouble with their internet the last couple of days.
Something weird's going on, huh?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Good thing is we still have our Blu-ray player.
Looks like Tulsi Gabbard's hairstyle there.
There's 4 or 5 different.
I like that white streak. I think that's really cool that Tulsi has, kind of like Lily Munster. I'm not sure if I fully trust her though. Says she's converted, but She spent time hanging out at Klaus Schwab's school. Some of these people you don't know if you can really trust them.
I got one sale on the website sale today.
Oh, did you?
Thought there would be more though.
What have you been selling today in the store?
Nothing.
You haven't made any sales today?
Not really.
That guy was asking about a Power Rangers comic.
Yeah, he got a couple Power Rangers stuff. You like these collage art posters?
Well, I think I've seen one that was Conan. What is
Here's
it?
the
Little
Wolverine.
images.
Here's the Wolverine.
Yeah, I guess it's okay.
Look, there's one.
Oh wow.
There's some cool images.
Yeah, I guess it would make good wallpaper, huh?
It makes a really good poster. You see it on jumbo like this?
Yeah, that is cool.
I
think there was a Conan the Barbarian comic that had all kinds of old 70s images mixed in like that.
Yeah, he's doing a Red Sonja one also.
Oh, is this one guy that does all these?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Very let me see. You did the one that you said you didn't like, right? Oh. Hold on. Oh, dang. The other ones say variant cover by Accepted. Variant cover Jimmy Freddy's. Right. Yeah, these people fit. Yeah.
Huh.
Expensive.
80. Whoa. Well, he'll be showing up in the new DC movies, Lobo. And it'll probably be Jason Momoa. He'd be a lot better for that probably than Aquaman. But
I hope they make Lobo a woman. Lobo should be represented by a woman of color.
What happened to the Aquaman movie? That's another movie that's like been around, talked about forever. Let me see when that's coming out.
Oh yeah, Aquaman with Amber Heard, right?
Yeah, I hope they didn't cut her completely out of it because that's ridiculous.
My phone only has 3%. I'll be back. You guys are still here.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what
I think I'm going to take off too, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to probably not be on too much longer. I got to go pick her up at 7:17. It's 6:21. Yeah, I've been on for almost 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to go get
some to eat. All right, take care. It's nice talking to you.
See you guys later.
Bye. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is what it's called. It says 2023. Oh, it's coming out at Christmas time, December 20th. Yeah, that movie's been that's had a long production. production. When did they start production of that? They started writing the script in February 2019. It was supposed to come out December 16th, 2022. Yeah, a lot of that's been delayed for multiple reasons. Let's see. Oh, let's see what's going on with the episode I put up earlier. Oh, I put an episode earlier. I put an episode up earlier, and I never put a thumbnail on it. Just a picture of my head. Let's see. Need to change that. Because it's hard for people to watch two shows at the same time. I think I'm overdoing it. Let's see. No, that doesn't look right. Well, we have 5 people watching. Amazing. All the Tomb of Terror orders, I'll have them out Monday. I'm going to have an ability to actually, I have blank discs now, and I should be getting all the blank cases to put the discs in. Oh, there's a very good picture. So I've changed it. I'll show you. You have to go into YouTube Studio to change your thumbnail picture. So the episode before this put up a picture of from a bootleg foreign Batman movie where he's firing a gun. So the episode that I put up earlier has 24 views, and it's where I go through all my World's Finest comics and my Brave and the Bold to create these lists. So I knew which ones I had. This is how earlier in this episode I was able to tell Kevin, oh, I need that one, and I have that one because I wrote it down. So most people keep a lot of people keep their comics organized in their phone, but I haven't ever. And this is the episode you're watching right now. Friday Night Live. Amazing. Watching right now. Like. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Amazing. Friday Night Live. Right now.
The other ones stay very covered by
Variant covers. Yes, indeed. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Variant covers. Let's fill in this hole with the same wallpaper. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Well, we have 5 people watching. 5 people. Now we have 6 people watching, actually. It's no longer valid information. All the Tomb of Terror orders, I'll have them out Monday. Oh, absolutely. Monday. Absolutely. Monday. All the episodes out Monday. Blank discs now. Blank discs. Blank discs. I should be getting all the blank cases from Amazon. Yes, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Really? Absolutely. You're right. Correct. So what do you think about that? Yes. Yes, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Oh, there's a very good picture. Good picture. So I've changed it. That's good that you changed it. That's real good. You have to go to YouTube Studio to change your thumbnail picture. What's YouTube Studio? YouTube Studio? So the episode before this put up a picture of Batman? From a foreign Batman. Like a bootleg foreign Batman. Where he's firing a gun. A gun? So the episode that I put up earlier has 24 views. Fantastic. 24 views? I can't believe it. It's where I go through all my world's finest comics and Brave and the Bold to create these lists. So I knew which ones I had. This is how earlier in this episode I was able to tell Kevin, oh, I need that one. Kevin at Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. Most people a lot of people keep their comics organized in their phone, but yeah, well, those people are morons. I haven't ever. We don't have high technology here in the Hotel Orloff. And this is the episode you're watching right now. Yes, indeed. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live at the Hotel Orloff here in scenic rural Retreat, Virginia. Right now. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Variant covers, indeed. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Variant covers. Variant covers, indeed. Let's fill in this hole. Let's get it filled in, man. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Live. From the Hotel Orloff. 5 people. Now there's 6. 6 people watching. It's no longer valid information. Yeah, no, it's 6 people. 6 human beings. 6 live human beings. Oh, absolutely. Monday. Absolutely. Monday. Monday. Blank discs. Blank discs. All the blank cases from Amazon. Blank cases from Amazon. Yes, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You're right. Correct. Correct. So what do you think about that? Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes. Indeed, indeed. Correct. Right? What's wrong with you? Yes.
Oh, there's a very good picture.
Absolutely.
Good picture. So I've changed it. That's good.
Did you change it?
That's real
That's
good.
good that you changed it. Really good, man. That's fantastic.
What's YouTube Studio?
YouTube Studio is where you go to make changes in your YouTube account. Do fancy things with the YouTube Studio.
Put up a picture of Batman.
Batman?
From
Yes, Batman.
foreign Batman. Like a bootleg.
Yeah,
foreign-
another country.
Foreign Batman.
Where he's shooting a gun.
A gun.
Yeah, a gun.
So the episode that I put up earlier has 24. Fantastic. 24
That's great.
views. I can't
24
believe
viewers.
it's
That's a lot,
my
man.
World's finest.
World's finest, brave and the bold.
These lists. So I knew which ones I had. This is
Yep.
how earlier in this episode I was able to tell.
Yeah, we were wondering how you did that, man. How did you know which ones you had and which ones you didn't have?
Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona.
Yeah, Mesa, Arizona.
Most people keep a lot of people keep comics organized.
Yeah, those people are nerds, man.
Yeah, well, those people are morons.
Idiots.
We don't have high technology here in the hotel.
Oh, absolutely not. We're Luddites.
And this is the episode you're watching right now. Yes, indeed. Friday Night
Episode
Live.
769, Friday Night Live from the Hotel Orloff,
Scenic World Retreat, Virginia.
Virginia.
Friday Night Live.
Friday Night Live.
Friday Night Live.
Friday Night Live. Variant covers, yes.
Covers indeed.
Everyone loves variant covers.
Friday Night Live.
Friday Night Live, man.
Variant covers indeed. Let's fill in this hole.
Yeah, let's get that hole filled in. There we go.
Friday Night Live.
Friday Night Live.
Friday Night
Live. Live. Friday Night Live.
Live. Five people. Now there's six.
Six people watching.
No longer valid information.
Not
No,
valid.
it's six people. Six human beings.
Fantastic.
Six live human beings. Oh, absolutely. Monday.
Monday.
Like this.
Blank this.
From Amazon. Blank cases from Amazon.
Amazon.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, buddy.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
You're correct. You are correct, sir. Yes.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Indeed.
Correct.
You're probably right.
Right?
Yep.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing. What's wrong with you?
Yep.
Shut up. You shut up.
Yes.
What's wrong with you? How dare you?
Oh, there's a very good picture.
That is a great picture, isn't it?
Good picture.
That's the best picture I've ever seen.
That's good that you changed it. That's real good that you changed it.
Real good, man. I love that new picture you put up.
YouTube
Fantastic.
Studio is where you go to change.
YouTube is amazing. We all love YouTube. There are no communists running YouTube. They're all wonderful, real Americans. Batman.
Yeah, another country.
Bootleg. Batman.
Where he's shooting a gun.
Foreigner.
Yeah,
Batman.
a gun. So the episode that I put up earlier.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
That's
great.
You're correct.
That's a lot.
A lot of them. Yeah.
Finest.
Brave and the bold. Yes, indeed. World's finest.
Yeah, we were wondering how you did that.
I couldn't figure it out. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's Arizona.
Mesa, Arizona is where, yes, indeed. Are you back there, Kevin? Can you tell that I'm bored, perhaps?
I'm back.
Hey, I was entertaining the audience in 7 with feedback. Meyer had to go.
Yeah.
Confidential file will be back in a moment.
Surviving the horror says, you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Yeah, he came and got the mannequin.
Yeah, while you were doing that, we were wondering what it might look to people in the street that you guys were loading what looks like a corpse in a van or a truck.
Yeah. He
How
pulled his
did
car
you?
up. He pulled his car up out here.
Okay. So no one called the police?
I don't think so, no.
So, what did it go in, a van or a truck, or how did it was?
He just had a car. I think a hatch car.
I wonder. Well, that's cool that you've got a theater that shows cool old movies.
Well, as I was talking to him about that, he said, not really anymore. That's the one that I thought he was going to. It's not the one.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah, I think the Draft House one closed or something and reopened under a different name, and they don't do stuff like that or something.
Well, what's this new theater like?
He said he's the only one that does something there. He rents it out and does something like once a month.
He rents it out. Okay.
But he said other than that, all they do there is like Rocky Horror, and that's it.
Oh, it must be an old-timey theater, and they only open it on the weekend?
Oh no, it's a regular theater, is what it is.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So
it's not like an old
it's
theater.
it's like a Harkins or something.
Like a what?
Oh, you guys don't have Harkins, huh?
Oh, I've never heard of Harkins. No.
Oh, that's what we have. Only I think it's the guy that owns it. His last name's Harkins.
Oh, it's like Lowe's or something.
That guy lives out here. Yeah, he owns a bunch of property out here. He has his own theater, and it's like the chain of theaters. Like, you know how you have do you guys have AMC?
Oh yeah, AMC. Well, not maybe an hour from me, but there's no.
But you've heard of that. You've heard of that, right?
Oh sure, that's where we mainly went, was AMC.
Yeah. So AMC out here is a little bit smaller. The Harkins are the big ones out here.
Interesting. You know, in Dallas in the 60s and 50s, there was a chain of theaters run by Gordon McClendon. He was a Scottish guy, and he ran a whole bunch of radio stations, the original top 40 radio stations, and he had a chain of theaters and drive-ins, and he got sick of the quality of the movies that were being sent to him, so he said, I'll make my own movies. And so Gordon McClendon's the guy behind the Giant Gila Monster and the Killer Shrews. He had those movies made, for him in Dallas.
There's some other really cool theater out here. It's like almost like those. Do you have the discount theaters? Have you heard of those? Like where they used to be $1, like a dollar theater. They used to call them. It's probably like a $5 theater now.
Right.
But those, there's one out here. The guy that owns it must be pretty cool.
Theaters.
The guy that owns one of those out here, he must be pretty cool because all the stuff inside there, he has like a bunch of props in there, like life-size props. Am I still here? Are you here?
I'm back. Yeah, I think that was my Wi-Fi. It's very sketchy.
This actor has, he's in a band. He has a band.
No, I didn't know he had a band.
Crispin Glover, right? His name?
Crispin Glover, yeah.
And I guess somebody tried to get one of these signed. He did one of those Alamo Draft House things, and for some other movie he made, and he won't sign any Back to the Future stuff because
he's nuts.
He's really crazy. He won't. He's pissed off because he didn't get used in one of the movies, but they used his likeness or something.
Yeah, well, he refused to come back, and then they got some guy I think that kind of looked like him or did some early special effects to try to. But the guy is,
Yesterday. Oh yeah, yesterday I was at the record store and I saw he has a record out.
yeah. Well, here's the deal. Years ago, man, it must have been about 2009. Um, before I met Cleo, I was kind of dating this girl that lived in another state, and that guy Crispin Glover was coming to the Texas Theater in
Yeah,
Dallas, and so I went to a screening of his movies, and he was there signing his books of poetry, whatever. And I got one of them, had him autograph it, and sent it off to her. But and I took my friend Gerald to see the movie. He couldn't believe it's like the things you take. I mean, this guy makes these movies where the entire cast are people with Down syndrome, and I
yeah,
guess,
I think I heard that. Yeah,
he talks to their parents and makes it all cool, and the people don't mind being in the movie. But after he showed those double feature of these movies, the audience was all liberals, of course, and they were saying we're taking advantage of these people, and he says no, they're really enjoying it, and they get paid. And but his movies are insane, and it's like, and he won't release those movies. He says the only way you can see those movies if you're watching them with me present, I guess, so he can explain, himself. But yeah, the guy is crazy.
yeah, he seems like it.
But there are girls that have huge, that just think they have crushes on him. She had a crush on this guy.
Because is rolling Back to the Future?
I think they're just girls that like these insane mixed up, because he's just not, his whole persona in real life. He came on David Letterman one time dressed like somebody from the 1970s with huge platform shoes and acting like he was crazy. He's like a performance artist. He tries to be weird. Anyway, he
Yeah,
kicked David Letterman and came within half an inch of denting his skull in with his platform shoes, and he was never allowed back on. He's just, yeah, I don't know how to explain that guy. I'm not a huge fan of his. I mean, he did good in Back to the Future. That action figure, though, doesn't look anything like him. So that looks like the 70s Dracula figure that was put out by some company.
yeah,
Maybe
that's what's left of him.
Oh, that's just the head. What is it? Just his head and his cape?
I have his body and his legs and his outfit too.
Oh, could it be put back together, kind of?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I could fix them.
Do you know how to fix a Mego figure when their inner rubber band breaks?
I think I used to just tie a string on them or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the 1972. That cowl alone is valuable.
The gloves too.
Yeah, that's that Batman would be scary if he went in to fight crime that way. Yeah, all I have left, I got that for Christmas in 1972, but all I have left is the cowl. And but they just released a new version of that with the removable cowl at Walmart about a year or two ago. So you don't have any customers in there right now?
No. Nobody's got money.
Well, that's true.
I had people close their subscriptions today.
Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. How many subscribers people have pull list with you?
I used to have 300. I'm probably down to 250.
Oh man. So it's a combination of the comics industry producing inferior material and the economy, huh?
Hmm.
Or is it mainly the economy, you think?
As far as I know, mainly economy.
Yeah, so I don't have a perspective where I'm at, but you say all the stores, you don't see many people in any store, huh?
No. No. Like I'll go to Walmart tonight and there'll be nobody there on a Friday night.
And you know, Biden was giving a speech today, and I look at YouTube, and he's got like 180 people watching him, and he's supposedly the president of the United States. And you know, when he became president, remember they YouTube immediately disabled the dislike button, so you couldn't dislike anything anymore because
Yeah.
they don't want you to see how unpopular the president is, and they disable all the comments, so you can't comment under most of these Biden feeds.
Is it still like that, or do they fix it?
Well, they disabled the dislikes completely unless you have some Chrome attachment. There is a way you can rig it where you can see how many dislikes. I kind of was glad because when I got a dislike on a video, it really bothered me. It's like I would really hate that. Just like when I lose a subscriber, it's like, why did I lose a subscriber? It's usually because I talk about liking Trump, but I don't know. These people, how are these people still just so fervently in love with it? He groped a movie star yesterday. Did you see that?
No.
Some actress named, I forget what her name is, but he just starts grabbing her right under her on her side, right below her boobs, and she's someone that crusaded for him during the election, and you can see her grab his hands. She backs up, grabs his hands, pushes them away. You can see the muscles in her hands, how hard she's pushing this old lecher away from her. I can't remember her name. Some famous actress, Hispanic actress. I don't remember her name. Oh my gosh, that's pretty pathetic. Oh my gosh, that's weird. Let's see the whole body of that thing.
You want to see this?
What? Oh yeah, you were showing that earlier. He's got tar all over him. Well, you could say it's napalm, right? Isn't that what napalm would do to you?
Yeah, it pretty much is napalm.
Yeah,
Or it's like a chemical burn or something.
you could sell that as napalm Rambo. Yeah. Yeah, when you guys are talking about old action figures changing, I know I've got like a Tick action figure from the 90s, and his torso is made out of a different plastic than his arms and legs, and it's changed to a different color blue. And I know that some of those Ghostbusters toys, like there's a toilet that has a tongue, and when you roll it,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
That's a
talking
cool
about?
toy. Yeah, that's a cool toy.
But it's the color of the toy changed colors just being on my shelf. It faded. So
Yeah. I saw they're selling the clown from Poltergeist, and he used to be blue and now he's red.
oh,
Yeah, he changed color. The only part that didn't is the thread. They sewed them, and the thread's still blue, but the fabric is red.
Ah. Now, the lighting in your store, is it fluorescent light?
These lights are those. They're LED.
LED. Okay. I don't
You
know
know,
if,
LED doesn't damage stuff,
no, I don't, no, it doesn't. Uh,
but they. But I want to. You know how there's like yellow light and then there's white, bright white light.
yeah.
I have the yellow light, so I might. I don't know if I should change it to the white.
Is that still the original light bulbs from the previous tenant or owner?
I think I changed some of them.
Yeah, I'm used to comic stores that were like converted 7-Elevens or stop and goes, and they have the long fluorescent tubes.
That's what I
And
used to have, but I changed them to at the old store. You could switch them to LED fluorescent tubes now.
yeah, this guy had all these comics on his wall, and they all the reds bleached out, and it looked like they'd been in the sun.
Yeah, but all you have to do is you get the new bulb, the LED bulb, and then you basically cut the ballast out, so there's no
Uh,
more heat. So there's no more heat really, because they don't need all that power. So you cut the ballast out, and you put the new tombstones in there, and then you put the new light, and it's done.
okay.
And I had a customer that was changing them one at a time for me. As the fluorescent bulb would burn out, I would just change it to an LED
Yeah.
until they were all complete, and then they were all done, and now we had all LED, and then yeah. So, but when I moved out of the old place, I took all the light bulbs with me. I left the damn long tubes, but I took all the bulbs, all these
Yeah.
LED bulbs. But yeah, the friend that took this prop, he said that he sold out the whole theater.
Oh, that's good. Is it a theater like one screen in the middle of a multiplex, like a whole bunch of screens?
Yeah, that's what it would be. Yeah. Yeah, and it's tomorrow night. It's not tonight. It's tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
He said he'll put up an advertisement and everything for me.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
We'll put an ad during the preview.
Oh, cool. So you did get some business from that toy convention, huh?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna go over there and put flyers on everybody's windows,
What
and then I thought, oh, you could do the same thing, but you could do it on Facebook. You could basically pay for a targeted ad and hit all the people in the area.
everyone that was in the group for that convention?
Yeah, so you just use the targeted ad and reach them all.
Huh. So what kind of toys did you see at the convention? And
I wish I could have shown you. There was a lot of stuff, but it was like about, I would say, 4 times overpriced.
oh,
So yeah, there was a lot of stuff. There was more like 60s and 70s stuff than I thought there would be.
huh.
There was this little Porky, looked like Porky Pig from the World's Fair, like almost like a bobblehead, but before bobbleheads maybe. It would look cool. I was like, how much is this? The guy's like $250 for it.
Was it made out of chalk, you think?
No, it wasn't chalk, but it was weird looking.
Maybe paper mache. I mean,
It
if
was
it was
old.
plastic, then it's you just say I think it's from the 39 World's Fair?
I'm not sure. It just told me it was from one of the World's Fairs.
Okay.
It was like it looked like Porky Pig, but it could have been their version of him. I don't know. I don't know too much about the World's Fair.
Well, Trump's talking about if he's elected having a year-long fair in Des Moines celebrating the 250th birthday of the country. So
That'd be cool.
that would be interesting. That would be in 3 years. Like, the 250 years from 1776. It's hard to believe it's been 50 years since 1976, because I remember that very vividly.
Trying to find it. How you doing? Trying to find if I can see this pig on eBay.
Oh, I thought you meant it was a pig you saw at the toy convention. Oh, you're trying to find another one like it.
Yeah. Wow, this stuff is pretty expensive.
A lot of the
There he is. I found him. I see where he got his price from too. It's the same price.
Oh.
Oh, it's from the LA County Fair, not the World's Fair.
Well, what year does it say?
It would look like this one.
Oh, okay. What does it say on that page there? What do they call it?
I'm looking, it says, he's calling it the LA, Los Angeles County Fair.
Okay. Do they have a year on it?
No. No, the guy has no year on it.
Looks like it might be paper mache. I can't really tell.
I suppose by now you're wondering what kind of a guy would draw those things. Legitimate question. It deserves an answer.
Do you have any stuff like that? World's Fair stuff? Or?
Well, I have a couple of chalk statues. The older things I have, a lot of times at those fairs and carnivals, the prizes before plastic, before World War II or before, they're going to be made out of chalk, and they're easily damaged, and then they paint them. And I've got a couple of like World War II era, like a patriotic girl with a flag kind of thing. But then everything went to plastic at a certain point. Right after World War II, everything started to be tin, and then it went to plastic.
Yeah, it's made of like chocolate. You'd think it would just get wet and just be gone.
Well, chalk. I don't know. I mean, I don't. You try not to get it wet. I don't know. They're mainly the problem is like pieces getting broken off of them. Yeah, I'm no expert.
What did they call them? Knotters before they call them bobbleheads?
Oh yeah. They were knotters. I have actually a few things like that. Now that I think about it, that are they have magnets in their mouth, and there's two of them, and then you get them close to each other and they kiss. I've got two Eskimos and two.
Here's the one that he had.
Oh, okay. and the head nodded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does look pretty close to Porky Pig. Oh, it says on the it says there the fair. Okay, that's pretty cool. What did he want for it?
Look, it's an antique store that has it.
Yeah.
The guy that was selling it at the show wanted 250. I thought it was like $20. I was like, I'll buy that for 20.
200?
But this, yeah, he wanted 250.
Oh, 250. Well, there wouldn't be any way you could make money off of that unless if you're buying it for
I
your own.
wanted it. I just wanted it for myself.
Okay. Well, if you're buying it for yourself, I don't know what the going rate on something like that is. Best thing is to look at completed sales and not what people are asking for it. And it seems like with the economy the way it is, people would be kind of offering deals.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
There's no completed sales.
Well, I've got this. Okay. I'll get these discs off to you Monday. I have the 10 or 11. I might make another one over the weekend.
There's Porky.
I might be able to make maybe 12. I might be able to make. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Is that the same? That's
This one.
definitely Porky Pig there.
This one's different. This one's. They don't tell you how much they paid, though. They just told you that it was a best offer.
That one's pretty neat. What did it sell for?
All it tells you is it was a best offer accepted.
Oh, so it's less than that.
Less than $459.
Yeah, man. I guess some people have got a lot of money to throw around. That is a cool toy. I mean, that's a cool Porky Pig.
It's the coolest Porky Pig thing I've seen.
Huh?
Coolest Porky Pig thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, and the other one, you're not really quite sure if it's Porky Pig. That one, it's definitely Porky Pig.
I think the other one was like a rip-off of him.
And, and the other, have you ever heard of a chain of supermarkets called Piggly Wiggly?
I have. We don't have those out here, though.
Well, they have them down like near San Antonio, and they the looks a lot like Porky Pig, and it's really cool. And he's got a little butcher hat on, which is always funny because you're just picturing a pig that's butchering other pigs.
He's a cannibal.
It's kind of a sick. Yeah, if you think through it enough, it turns into a very and he's got this big smile on his face. But the pig from Piggly Wiggly, I don't know if they ever made merchandise of him, but he's another thing that's I wouldn't mind having a few Piggly Wiggly items in my collection. I'm going to need to run here in a minute to go pick up my wife, so I'm probably signing off for the evening. But hopefully we'll get some business before you close. If you can add up everything in my gigantic pile and give me an idea what ballpark we're in now, and I'll just keep making episodes of Tomb of Terror, and maybe I can pull the stuff that's the coolest and trade for the episodes I've got. And is that the episode about pre-code horror? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Notice it's directed by Irvin Kershner. He's the director of Empire Strikes Back. Like almost 30 years before he did Empire Strikes Back. I put commercials in. I inserted commercials into that show, but it's got great footage of kids reading pre-code horror comics and crime comics, and then it drives them to go crazy and take their knife and stab the tree and almost strangle their friends. Are you fast forwarding?
No.
Oh, I thought I didn't hear any sound. Is the disk freezing or no, it's not the disk freezing. It's my Wi-Fi freezing,
Yeah.
making me think you're having trouble with your TV when in reality it's my computer. Is that a trailer for A Taste of Blood? I can't tell what that is.
I'm asking you to have an abortion. Why? What's inside your womb isn't a human being. There's nothing wrong with my baby.
Oh, that's Grave of the Vampire, I think. Some of this stuff might not be appropriate. I didn't really think about for customers, that could trigger someone that's in, you don't normally go into a comic store and hear talk about abortion. But some of the later episodes you might want to pre-screen first. But
You seem very interested in this draft case, Professor. Yes, I am.
Anyway, I'll have a bunch of more episodes of that ready for you Monday. And then maybe I can talk with you and figure out which books to trade for those episodes. And then when I make some more, I can get the rest of the stack, hopefully, of whatever I've got. Yeah, this movie has a baby that's born a vampire, and they're feeding it blood, which is a really twisted idea. that I think that they did that in those Twilight books for girls. I think they did the same. I think they got married and had a vampire baby. But yeah, see, this is a little twisted. Customers may not like this episode. I wasn't really thinking about it being shown in stores. But okay, well, that makes up for it. Now it's happy time with Leslie Gore. Well, Kevin, I'm going to run.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Okay.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
Take care. See you guys, everybody.